Xiao, holding the gift box, walked over to me. Hey everyone, Mr. Xiao is a supreme gold card holder at Tianji Tower and also a friend of mine. I hereby announce that this holy light attribute beast crystal core is withdrawn from the auction and given as a personal gift to Mr. Xiao. Jiang Xuero's words left everyone stunned. Xiao Xingyu holds a supreme gold card from Tianji Tower? I've spent half my fortune on previous auctions here and I'm still just a diamond member. Who would have thought this kid is a friend of Ms. Zhang's? Lucky him. In Longyin City, the line of people wanting to befriend Jiang Xuero could stretch across 18 streets. Every guest here was a person of status, yet none had even a chance for a private conversation with Jiang. Xuelu. Qin Yanran, like everyone else, was filled with disbelief. Xingyu, when did you and Ms. Jiang become friends? I smiled and explained just now. Qin Yanran fell into deep thought, wondering what exactly happened between Xingyu and Jiang Xuero. When they went to the restroom. Li Han wasn't pleased and stepped forward to argue. Ms. Jiang, I offered 60 million and you're not even tempted? Sorry, young masterly, but Mr. Xiao is one of my closest friends. I've decided not to auction this beast. Crystal Core. Jiang Xuero handed the gift box to me, her smile radiant and enchanting. Thank you, Ms. Jiang. I accepted the gift box, maintaining a calm exterior while feeling overjoyed inside. This holy light attribute. Beast Crystal Core was invaluable to me, as it could help my holy light angel beast break through and absorb the power of the stars. Xingyu, are you interested in any other auction items? Yanran, I've already gotten what I wanted. Let's go. Having secured the holy light attribute Beast Crystal Core containing the power of the stars, I was more than satisfied. Besides, it was getting late and I noticed several missed calls from Xiao Ruoxue on my phone. Just as we were about to leave, a group of men in black blocked our way. Qin Yanran glared at them coldly. Li Han, what do you intend to do? Li Han, with his hands in his pockets, walked up to me. What do I intend to do? Heh, your little brother insulted me today, embarrassed me, and dared to oppose me. If I just let him walk away like that, where would that leave the face of the young master of the Hurricane Guild? Li Han's intentions were clear, he was going to teach me a lesson in front of everyone. Qin Yanran stepped in front of me, shielding me. If you have a problem, take it out on me. Leave my brother out of this. Li Han laughed uproariously, his tone mocking. Yanran, if you agree to be my 8th concubine, then we would be family, and your little brother here would be my brother-in-law. Naturally, I wouldn't make things difficult for him. You shameless scoundrel. That's right, I am shameless. Either you agree to marry me or I'll break one of your brother's legs. The choice is yours. Compared to the Hurricane Guild, the overall strength of the Zhangqiong Guild was not as strong. If the two guilds were to clash directly because of it would not bode well for the Zhangqiong Guild. Moreover, the leader of the Zhangqiong Guild, Qin Longwei, was currently not in Longyin City. Without her father to back her up, Qin Yanran's situation was indeed precarious. Jiang Xuero had initially planned to step in, but then she noticed the faint smile tugging at the corner of my lips. Judging by that expression, it seems he has something up his sleeve. Jiang Xuero decided to hold back, curious to see how I would handle the situation. At that moment, Qin Yanran grabbed my hand and attempted to leave. Li Han waved his hand, and a large group of Hurricane Guild members flooded into the top floor of Tianji Tower, surrounding the two of us. Get out of the way! Qin Yanran's angry voice rang out, low and commanding. Li Han, fanning himself with a folding fan, stared at Qin Yanran with undisguised lust. Yanran, I've made myself clear. If you agree to marry me and become my 8th concubine, we will be family. And once we are family, I will naturally forgive your brother for his earlier disrespect and offense. But if you refuse, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Qin Yanran shrugged and laughed coldly, giving Li Han a once-over. With your sharp features and monkey-like face, you actually think I would marry you? Why don't you take a good look at yourself? If your father wasn't Li Jiangha, even the sows in the village wouldn't want to pair with you. Qin Yanran was a fiery woman, never holding back her words, and she was brutally honest. Laugh all you want. Everyone around was trying hard to suppress their laughter but couldn't help themselves. Qin Yanran's Words hit the nail on the head. Li Han's arrogance was entirely based on his father's status. Feeling humiliated by Qin Yanran's words, Li Han was furious but didn't dare to lay a hand on her. Instead, he redirected his anger towards me. Xiao Xingyu, if you're a real man, don't hide behind a woman. I stepped out from behind Qin Yanran, showing no fear on my face. My every movement was calm and composed, exuding the elegance and poise of a seasoned artist. A young masterly, there's always someone stronger out there. Don't think that just because you have a powerful father, you can do whatever you want. Li Han burst out laughing as if he'd just heard the most ridiculous joke, pointing at me with a sneer. Ahahaha, Xiao Xingyu, you're so funny. Why are you even a Beastmaster? You should be in the entertainment industry as a comedian. First of all, you're right about one thing, I do have a powerful father. My father is Li Jiangha, the head of the Hurricane Guild. Secondly, in Longyin City, I, Li Han, can indeed do whatever I want. What can you do about it? Li Han's arrogant attitude disgusted everyone present. If it weren't for the Hurricane Guild backing him, this brat would have been beaten to death long ago. At this moment, the steward Qian Feng hurried to Li Han's side, holding a photo in his hand. A young masterly, this is information our people just uncovered. Who's this beauty in the photo? She's stunning. Li Han stared at the silver-haired beauty in the picture, unable to tear his eyes away, like a beast in heat. This gorgeous girl is Xiao Xingyu's sister, Xiao Ruoxue. As Qian Feng finished speaking, he gave Li Han a lewd wink. Li Han pondered for a moment, and his smile became increasingly perverse. Xiao Xingyu, I didn't expect your sister to be so beautiful. Previously, my face had been as calm as still water, but now my eyes flashed with intense killing intent. Li Han turned his gaze back to Qin Yanran, grinning as he taunted, Yanran, you're a bit too fiery. I can wait a little longer and save the spot of my 9th concubine for you. As for the 8th concubine, I'll reserve that spot for your sister. Ha ha ha. As Li Han laughed maniacally, he picked up the photo and brought it to his nose, sniffing it. Xiao Xingyu, I think I can smell your sister's scent through the picture. Li Han's every move vividly displayed his grotesque and perverse nature. The members of the Hurricane Guild surrounding Li Han also burst into laughter. Slap! A crisp, resounding slap echoed throughout Tianji Tower. Li Han fell to the ground, clutching his now swollen cheek, his pupils trembling in bewilderment. A young master, are you all right? The members of the Hurricane Guild hurriedly rushed to help him up. Xiao Xingyu, how dare you hit me? Li Han's eyes were filled with rage, his facial muscles contorted with anger, making him look even more menacing. At this moment, a terrifying aura, invisible to the naked eye, enveloped my entire body. With my head bowed and my eyes hidden beneath my bangs, no one could see the expression on my face. Oh Li Han, if you dare insult my sister again, I will make you wish you were dead. My tone was calm, each word uttered with a deliberate, steady rhythm, yet it struck Li Han with a force that shook his very soul. Not wanting to lose face in front of everyone, Li Han gritted his teeth and charged at me. Xiao Xingyu, my father is Li Jiangha. I dare you to hit me a guy. Slap. Xiao Xingyu, you. Slap. Damn it. Stern slap 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 slap, Stern. Outside Tianji Tower, people in the streets stopped and looked up at the top floor of the tower. It's not a holiday, so why are they setting off firecrackers at Tianji Tower? Listen to that pa-pa-pa sound, those firecrackers must be top quality. I wonder where they got them and if they offer free shipping. Oh wait, that doesn't sound right. If they're just setting off firecrackers, why do I hear what sounds like a pig being slaughtered? On the top floor of Tianji Tower, the atmosphere was as cold as ice, with even the slightest breeze falling. Still as it passed through the hall. I stood in the center of the hall, flexing my sore wrist. Li Han stood before me, his face now swollen like a pig's head, his eyes resembling bee stings and clear. Palm prints crisscrossed his face. Li Han coughed violently, with a significant amount of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. In the past 10 seconds, I had slapped him a total of 18 times. Each slap was powerful, steady, and fierce. Young Masterly, are you all right? Oh my, your face, it's completely swollen. Young Masterly, let's get you to a hospital. It took a while for Li Han to snap out of his daze. He growled, a mirror, get me a mirror. With trembling hands, Qian Feng handed Li Han a mirror. Li Han stared at his reflection, seeing a face that resembled a pig's head, something you'd offer as a sacrifice during Qiming festival. Crack! Li Han smashed the mirror in fury, his rage reaching a boiling point, but his voice was tinged with a trace of grievance. Xiao Xingyu, what gives you the right to hit me? I replied calmly, you were the one who said, go ahead, hit me if you dare. Honestly, that's the weirdest request I've ever heard. The crowd nodded in agreement, confirming my words. Li Han was so consumed by his anger that he was confused.
I said that?
Qian Feng sighed, yes, young master, you did. I shook my numb wrist, muttering, my gym teacher was right, force is mutual, my hand hurts from all that slapping. Once again, I provoked Li Han, pushing his anger to its limits. Xiao Xingyu, I dare you to hit me again. All right. I swung my arm back, ready to deliver another powerful slap. This time Li Han was scared. He stumbled backward in a panic, tripping over himself and falling to the ground in a pathetic display. You asked me to hit you, so why are you dodging? Xiao Xingyu, are you crazy? Just because I said so doesn't mean you actually do it. My father is Li Jiangha. Li Han's catchphrase, my father is Li Jiangha. This phrase had been his past-to-do as he pleased in Longyin City for years. Anyone who dared to stand up to him would back down as soon as they heard it. But I treated it like it was nothing. With a quick step, I grabbed Li Han by the collar before anyone else could react. I don't care if your father is Li Jiangha or some god or demon. If you insult my sister, I'll still beat you. Slap. This time I used all my strength. Li Han's body spun in midair, doing 3.5 rotations before crashing heavily into a nearby pillar. Tears welled up uncontrollably in his eyes. Who dares to bully my son? A deep, authoritative voice echoed from the entrance of the hall. At this moment, I had not only made the son of the #1 guild, Hurricane Guild, cry but also turned his already unattractive face into a swollen pig's head. A throng of people flooded into the hall, surrounding it completely. They all wore purple uniforms with the emblem of the Hurricane Guild on their chests. Amidst the crowd, a middle-aged man, draped in a purple coat, entered the hall, followed by his entourage. A man with a writhing, worm-like scar across his face and a cigar clenched between his teeth entered the hall. The moment the guests saw this man, fear washed over their faces and they instinctively retreated into the corners of the room. This man, exuding an overwhelming presence, was none other than Li Jiangha, the president of Hurricane Guild. Li Jiangha wore a badge on his chest adorned with 8 stars, signifying his status as an 8-star Beastmaster. I did. Wah. Li Han, like a wounded dog finding its owner, turned all his grievances into tears. Where's my son? Li Jiangha looked around, hearing only the sound of his son's sobs but unable to spot him. Dad, I'm right in front of you. Li Jiangha finally noticed the figure before him. At that moment, Li Han's face was so swollen it resembled a pig's head. Is that you, Hunter? Dad, even if you don't recognize my face, can't you recognize my voice? Wah. Li Han knelt before Li Jiangha, clutching his father's leg tightly, crying uncontrollably. It really is Hunter. Li Jiangha, who had spent his life dominating the scene and elevating Hurricane Guild to the top in Longyin City, had one problem, his kidney function. Despite having married over 10 wives, Li Han was his only son. As a result, Li Jiangha had always doted on Li Han excessively. No matter what trouble Li Han caused or who he offended, his father would always clean up the mess. This was why Li Han had such a notorious reputation in Longyin City. Hunter, who did this to you? Dad, it was him. He not only hit me but also said that even if you came, he wouldn't be afraid. Li Han pointed at me, his teeth clenched, his swollen face still burning with pain. I raised my hand. Li Han, out of instinct, ducked behind Li Jiangha, his swollen face turning pale. However, I wasn't raising my hand to strike Li Han again, I was simply brushing through my hair, adjusting the bangs on my forehead. Muted laughter rippled through the crowd. Looks like Li Han's been scared senseless by Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu only lifted his hand, and this guy's already trembling. The dogs in our village do the same. I only have to crouch down as if to pick up a stone and they start howling and backing away. The surrounding people's comments and sneers, while seemingly directed at Li Han, were actually a slap-in. The face to Li Jiangha. Li Jiangha's expression darkened, resembling the pitch-black night sky. "A kid, are you the one who bullied my son?" Li Jiangha walked up to me, and the pressure of an 8-star Beastmaster filled the hall. Qin Yiran stepped in to defend me. "Chairmanly, it was your son who started the trouble. My brother only hit him in response." "Miss Qin, out of respect for your father, Qin Longwei, I won't hold you accountable."
Now step aside.
Sweat beaded on Qin Yiran's forehead, and her heart pounded. With Qin Longwei absent from Longyin City, if Li Jiangha was determined to take revenge on me for Li Han, Qin Yiran knew she wouldn't be able to.
Stop him.
Zhang Xuero, standing to the side, witnessed everything. She didn't step in to help me, likely weighing her own considerations. Qian Feng, the steward of Hurricane Guild, approached Li Jiangha and quietly explained the entire situation. He also handed Li Jiangha an information sheet containing my background details. Xiao Xingyu recently led Qinglong Academy to win the Supernova Championship. Li Jiangha read the first few lines of the information sheet before tossing it aside and crushing it under his leather shoe.
Xiao
Xingyu, your resume shows that you're quite the rare talent. But you dared to hurt my son, so now I'll teach you a lesson. Li Jiangha looked at the tearful Li Han and asked, "Honor, which hand did Xiao Xingyu use to hit you?" Li Han wailed, "His right hand. He used his right hand to hit me." Li Jiangha glanced at my right hand and then issued an order, as someone, cripple this kid's right hand. The members of Hurricane Guild surged forward, their faces twisted. Qin Yiran, in a panic, stepped in front of me again. "Chairmanly, he's not just my brother, he's also a special consultant for Zhangqiong Guild. If you dare to harm our consultant, it's equivalent to declaring war on Zhangqiong Guild." Li Jiangha fell silent. He wasn't willing to openly break ties with Zhangqiong Guild. Though Hurricane Guild was the top guild in Longyin City, while Zhangqiong Guild ranked second, if they truly went to war, Li Jiangha wasn't confident he could swallow up Zhangqiong Guild. There was even a risk of self-destruction. "This kid may be your guild's consultant, but I can't just let it go after he hurt my son." "What else do you want, Chairmanly?" "Miss Qin, as far as I know, your father, Chairman Qin, isn't currently in Longyin City, is he?" Li Jiangha's words hit the mark, leaving Qin Yiran speechless, her expression betraying a hint of unease. Since Chairman Qin isn't here, it's only natural for me to discipline this arrogant consultant on his behalf. Li Jiangha's intentions were clear. Taking advantage of Qin Longyue's absence, he planned to use his power to take action against me, knowing Qin Yiran wouldn't be able to stop him. What are you all waiting for? Cripple his right hand as a lesson on behalf of Chairman Qin. At this point, I was seemingly cornered. Zhang Xuero watched from the sidelines, and Qin Yiran had done everything she could. There was no one left to protect me. Yet, even in this desperate situation, my face remained calm, showing no trace of fear, only an infinite serenity. Clink tilde. I shifted slightly, and a token slipped out of my pocket, landing at Li Jiangha's feet. "Oh dear, I dropped something," I said, feigning surprise with a deliberately clumsy performance. Li Jiangha looked down at the token, and his face instantly turned ashen. The mighty 8-star Beastmaster, the president of Hurricane Guild, suddenly felt his legs go weak, his eyes filled with panic and terror. Li Han, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to shout hysterically, "What are you waiting for? My dad gave the order, go cripple my right hand."
Everyone stop.
Li Jiang gerored. The members of Hurricane Guild froze, exchanging confused glances.
Stand down.
Li Jiangha ordered. Despite their confusion, the guild members obeyed the president's command and backed away. In the next moment, Li Jiangha did something that shocked everyone present. He slowly knelt down on one knee, carefully picking up the token I had dropped. After standing up, Li Jiangha gingerly held the token, blowing off the dust with reverent breaths. His face, slick with cold sweat, reflected nothing but the utmost reverence, as if he were a devout worshipper. Gasps echoed through the crowd. "Is that an Emperor Soul token?" A dragon's head totem on the front, a phoenix tail pattern on the back. "Oh whoa, it's really the Emperor Soul token!" With the appearance of the Emperor Soul token, who would dare to challenge? As everyone knew, in the entire power structure of the Dragon Kingdom, figures like military advisor Xia Jang, the 4 lords of the realm, and the 3 generals who commanded the navy, army, and air force were some of the most powerful and trusted officials beside Empress Shangguan, true national pillars. But even these prominent figures were not the ones Empress Shangguan trusted the most. In fact, Shangguan would often use imperial strategies, overt and covert, to balance the power among these individuals, ensuring she remained the sole ruler of the Dragon Kingdom. If the power of the 3 generals grew too strong, Shangguan would weaken their military authority. If the military advisor started interfering too much in state affairs, Shangguan would subtly remind him of his place. As for the 4 lords of the realm, Shangguan would occasionally summon these mysterious powerhouses to the Night Lawn Hall for a meeting as a warning. From this perspective, these powerful individuals were merely swords in Shangguan's hands, sharp blades pointed at enemies most of the time, but ones that could also turn against her if not kept in check. Thus, Shangguan did not place absolute trust in any of them. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, the only organization that could gain Shangguan's absolute trust was the Emperor Soul. Every silver priest in the Emperor's Soul, even the chief priest Haiming, was considered a confidant among confidants, akin to the Emperor's personal assassins. Each member of the Emperor's Soul carried the Emperor Soul token. There was an unwritten rule throughout the Dragon Kingdom: to see the Emperor Soul token was to see the Empress herself. At the top floor of the Tianji Tower, upon recognizing the Emperor's Soul token, everyone, without exception, knelt on one knee, their right fists placed over their hearts, their faces filled with reverence and devotion, as if Empress Shangguan herself were present. Jiangha, trembling with cold sweat soaking through his clothes, carefully held the Emperor's Soul token. With both hands, his eyes filled with fear, like a haunted man gripped by restless spirits. "Thank you, Chairman Li, for picking that up for me." "Priest Xiao, there's no need to thank me. It was the least I could do." The mighty chairman of Hurricane Guild, a Beastmaster with an 8-star rank, now bowed and scraped before a 19-year-old, his posture more submissive than a stalk of wheat in autumn. Feeling playful, I pretended to reach for the token in Jiangha's hands but then deliberately let it slip. Clink tilde. The Emperor's Soul token fell to the ground again. Oh, my bad, I didn't hold it properly. As the token hit the floor, Jiangha's face turned as white as a corpse in a morgue. He hurriedly crouched down to pick it up, his voice trembling with fear. "No, it's not your fault, it's mine. I didn't hold it properly." This time, Jiangha learned his lesson. He carefully held the Emperor's Soul token in both hands, directly offering it without the slightest negligence. The Emperor's Soul token was just a simple token, made of nothing more than ordinary quartz, worth less than the cost of a meal at a hot pot restaurant. But the significance of the Emperor's Soul behind this token was priceless and beyond any monetary value. The Emperor's Soul was the personal elite force cultivated by Shangguan. The true value of this token lay in the fact that holding it was equivalent to wielding the authority of the Empress herself. It didn't matter that Jiangha was the chairman of Hurricane Guild, even the 3 military commanders and military advisor Xia Jang would greet the bearer of this token with a smile. "Dad, what are you doing?" "Oh, you ungrate Fulbrat." With a sharp crack, Lihan was sent sprawling to the floor, clutching his already face as tears streamed down his cheeks. Scattered on the ground were a few of his teeth, and his words came out slurred and whistling through the gaps. "Dad, why did you hit me?" "Useless fool. How dare you show disrespect to Priest Xiao? Are you tired of living?" "Dad, how can you side with an outsider? I'm your son. I have no such idiot for a son." Lihan was stunned, finally realizing something was wrong with his father. He suppressed his anger and humiliation, lowering his head and falling silent. Jiangha took a deep breath, forcing a smile as he spoke to me. "Priest Xiao, we apologize for ruining your mood today. It was a mistake on the part of Hurricane Guild. To show our sincerity, we are willing to purchase the remaining auction items and present them to you." The remaining auction items were worth over 200 to 300 million in total. The extent of Jiangha's offer demonstrated just how fearful he was of the power associated with the name Emperor. "Soul Stern. I'm not interested in money. As I said this, I noticed a smirk from Jiang Xuero. "Oh, what's so funny, Miss Jiang?" "Gahem, Priest Xiao, I'm trained not to laugh under any circumstances, unless I can't help it." I walked up to Li Jiangha, placing my hand on his shoulder. Li Jiangha's shoulders sagged, and he began trembling, utterly terrified. The fact that an 8-star Beastmaster would be so shaken in front of a mere 2-star Beastmaster highlighted just how terrifying the Emperor's Soul Token's power was. "Chairmanly, since you admit your mistake and wish to apologize, shouldn't the method of apology be up
To me?
Li Jiangha smiled obsequiously.
Yes, Priest Xiao, how would you like us to apologize?"
My smile faded as I coldly glanced past Li Jiangha, focusing on the cowering, tear-streaked Li Han. "I want his arm broken." For a moment, the room fell silent. It was as if my words had sucked all the oxygen out of the room, leaving everyone feeling suffocated, their chests tight and their legs weak.
Xiao Xingyu, what are you saying? I warn you, don't do anything rash."
Li Han, paralyzed with fear, tried to scramble away but collapsed to the ground, unable to even crawl. Faced with a threat to his son, Li Jiangha, as a father, had no choice but to speak up. "A Priest Xiao, please calm down. Honor doesn't deserve such a punishment." "Doesn't deserve it?" "He insulted both of my sisters and threatened to break my arm. Is my demand
unreasonable?"
I was fiercely loyal to my loved ones. To me, both Xiao Ruoxue and Qin Yanran were family. When Li Han insulted them, I had already decided he would pay a heavy price. I spared his life only to avoid escalating the situation too far, but he still had to learn a painful lesson. "A Priest Xiao. Chairmanly, there's no need to beg. Either your son's arm is broken or you face the consequences." I had completely shed my usual sunny, cheerful demeanor, now appearing more like a beast unleashed from its cage, pushing Li Jiangha into a corner with no escape. Li Jiangha hesitated for less than 3 seconds before making a swift decision.
"Amen."
Several members of the Hurricane Guild dragged the limp, weeping Li Han to stand before Li Jiangha.
"Dad, I'm your own son."
"You only have one son." Dad. How can you expect me to take over the family business if I lose an arm?" Li Jiangha picked up an iron rod and brought it down hard on Li Han's right arm. A wave of agony swept through Li Han's body, and his screams echoed through the hall like those of a pig being slaughtered. Everyone shut their eyes, unable to bear witnessing such a brutal scene. Li Jiangha's strike was merciless, leaving Li Han with a shattered right arm, causing him to pass out from the pain. Li Jiangha's eyes flickered with a trace of pain as he looked at me with bloodshot eyes. "Priest Xiao, are you satisfied with our apology now?" he asked, his voice trembling. I nodded. "And about my son?" Li Jiangha hesitated, seeking confirmation. I nodded again. Letting out a sigh of relief, Li Jiangha immediately ordered, "Thank you, Priest Xiao, for your mercy. Take him to the hospital." A few members of Hurricane Guild dragged the unconscious Li Han away. At this moment, Li Jiangha harbored no resentment or anger toward me. Instead, he felt fortunate. Fortunate that I had only demanded Li Han's arm as retribution, for if I had insisted on pursuing the matter further, the entire Hurricane Guild might have been in grave danger. In the Dragon Kingdom, you could offend anyone, but never the Emperor's soul. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Li Jiangha bowed deeply and forced a smile as he apologized to me. "A Priest Xiao, I hope our sincerity in apologizing has been felt. Rest assured, I will strictly discipline my unruly son when I return home." So, if you would please?" Li Jiangha began, seeking my permission to leave. I smiled slightly and uttered a single word, "Leave." Relief washed over Li Jiangha's face at hearing that word. The heavy weight on his chest seemed to lift. Instantly. The members of Hurricane Guild also let out a sigh of relief and quickly turned to leave. But before they could exit, Li Jiangha shouted after them, "You fools! Didn't you hear what Priest Xiao said?" All the guild members froze in place, and then, as if they shared a collective thought, they dropped to the floor, curled up into balls, and began rolling toward the exit. Even Li Jiangha, a man who once commanded fear and respect, squatted down and obediently rolled out of Tianji Tower in front of the entire crowd. After the Hurricane Guild members had all left, the atmosphere in the hall grew even colder and more tense. None of the guests dared to breathe too loudly, their fear palpable. Although these guests were all Prominent figures in Longyin City, they were not even worthy of tying Li Jiangha's shoes. And yet, in front of me, Li Jiangha had been nothing but a trembling fool. The Emperor's Soul Token's power left everyone present with pale faces and trembling legs. Some guests, unable to handle the pressure, even wet themselves, and the faint smell of urine began to spread through the room. I put away the Emperor's Soul Token and glanced around the room, my lazy gaze sweeping over the guests. "Do you all want to live?" I asked. Everyone nodded frantically, like chickens pecking at grain. "If you want to live, then you should all know what to do next, right?" A smart person speaking to other smart people doesn't need to say much. The guests quickly understood. Who's Xiao Xingyu? Never heard of him. An auction? What auction? I didn't see anything. Someone's arm got broken? No idea. The Emperor's Soul Token? I've never seen it. The weather's nice today. Let's go grab a drink. One by one, the guests began to leave, each one choosing to forget everything that had transpired inside Tianyi Tao's at night. The Emperor's Soul Organization was the Empress Shangguan Land's personal elite force. Wherever the Emperor's Soul Token or its bearer appeared, it signaled the execution of a classified mission. So there is an unspoken rule in the Dragon Kingdom. When you see the Emperor's Soul Token, it's as if you see the Empress herself. When you see a member of the Emperor's Soul, it's as though you've never met them. This phrase should be taken literally. The Emperor's Soul Token carries the same authority and fear as if the Empress Shangguan Lan were present in person, and anyone who encounters a member of the Emperor Soul must act as though they never saw them. Because of this unspoken rule, all the guests who witnessed the events at Tianji Tower tonight will have to forget everything they saw and heard to ensure their own survival. Even if they can't forget, they must keep it buried deep within themselves. With that, only Qin Yanran, Zhang Xuero, and I remained in the hall. Yanran Jia, did your jaw dislocate? I asked, noticing her shocked expression. She seemed utterly dumbfounded, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. After finally collecting herself, Qin Yanran grabbed my hand. Xingyu, how did you get your hands on an Emperor's Soul Token? Did you steal it? You can't steal something like that, it's a death sentence. Qin Yanran's face was filled with panic. Stealing the Emperor's Soul Token was a capital offense, and for a brief moment she even started thinking about how to prepare for my funeral. Yanran Jia, where's your imagination running off to? The Emperor's Soul Token was given to me personally. By the Empress. The Empress personally gave it to you? Qin Yanran couldn't believe what she was hearing. I shrugged and smiled helplessly. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Let's rewind to that night. I was summoned by Shangguan Lan and met with her at the Nightland Palace. After our conversation, I pledged my loyalty to her, agreeing to serve her for life. Just as I was about to leave the Nightland Palace, Shangguan Lan called me back and slipped the Emperor Soul Token into my pocket. Your Majesty, what is this? I asked, confused. Reaching the rank of a 7-star Beastmaster is one of the requirements to become a member of the Emperor's Soul, she explained. Even though you haven't met that requirement, I've decided to grant you this Emperor's Soul Token, which symbolizes your status within the Emperor's Soul. You're a clean slate, and while that's advantageous to me, it's a disadvantage to you. The Emperor's Soul Token will clear obstacles for you and ensure you pass your academy years safely. This was Shangguan Lan's little way of ensuring my protection. Thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing this token upon me. I replied with gratitude. Xiao Xingyu, she called. I am here, I responded. I hope that the next time you enter the Nightland Palace, it will be as an official member of the Emperor Soul, standing before me. Shangguan Lan always had a way of speaking with the most serene tone while conveying words that carried immense weight. If I were to translate her words, they could be summarized into 5 simple ones. I'll be waiting here. Shangguan Lan was waiting for my growth. She had a certain expectation for me, a hope that one day I would become the sharpest sword in her hand. Mr. Xiao, I never imagined you were so favored by Her Majesty the Empress, Zhang Xuero said, her tone filled with respect and admiration. No, I misspoke, I should address you as Priest Xiao. Zhang Xuero's attitude towards me had shifted to one of reverence and awe. Miss Jiang, we're friends. There's no need to create distance between us because of the Emperor Soul Token. If you really consider me a friend, then please just call me Shuero from now on, okay? Jiang Shuero was known as the most beautiful woman with a classical charm in Longyin City. Many young men of talent and wealth lined up for a chance to win her favor, their numbers so great they could circle.
Zuolonglik.
At this moment, Jiang Shuero stood in front of me, her expressive eyes blinking gently like two pools of spring water nourishing silently. I extended my hand toward her. Aksuuru. She responded softly, then I'll call you
Xingyu?
as long as you like it, I replied. Qin Yanran nearly exploded. Xingyu, why are you holding that girl's hand so tightly? Let go of her right now. She was jealous, pulling me aside. Shuero, about what happened today. I began. Don't worry, Jiang Shuero reassured me. I've already thrown tonight's memories into the trash. I only remember that you, Xiao Xingyu, are my dear friend at first sight. As for the Emperor Soul Token, I've never seen it. Shuero, until we meet again, I said as Qin Yanran and I left Tianji Tower. With only Jiang Shuero remaining in the hall, her phone rang. She answered it while standing by the window, looking down at the street where Qin Yanran and I were walking arm in arm. From her vantage point, Jiang Shuero watched as I walked away, my figure gradually fading into the distance. Hello, she answered. Chushue, did you meet our young master? Came the voice on the other end. I did. He's more mature and composed than I expected. May, to be honest, he's really grown up. Our young master's wings aren't fully spread yet, and you're the only one at the Longyin City outpost. Your job is to keep him safe, the voice instructed. Jiang Shuero smiled wryly. This kid has the Emperor Soul Token. Does he really need my protection? The Emperor Soul Token? So the young master involved with Shangguan Lan. Let's not discuss this now. I'll protect him. I'm hanging up. Jiang Shuero ended the call, leaning against the windowsill as she watched my figure disappear from sight.
Xingyu, what's wrong?
Qin Yanran asked as we rounded a street corner. I had suddenly stopped, turning to look back at Tianji Tower. From this distance, the tower's outline seemed tiny and indistinct, like a speck of grain. Jiang Shuero, just who are you? I muttered. I could sense subtle details that others couldn't. When the Emperor Soul Token appeared, everyone in the hall, even Qin Yanran, had been shocked. No, more than that, they were terrified. But Jiang Shuero, who had witnessed the entire event, hadn't shown any sign of shock or fear. It was unusual, to say the least. Thunder rumbled in the distance, signaling an approaching storm. At this moment, I had just used the Emperor Soul Token to deal with the head of the Hurricane Guild, forcing him to personally shatter his son's arm. However, after returning home, Li Hanhai, despite repeatedly warning his son not to seek revenge, would soon be betrayed. Li Han had his own plan to borrow someone else's hand to exact his revenge. Meanwhile, the Empress received word from an Emperor Soul member that I had used the Emperor Soul Token. Shangguan Lan narrowed her eyes. Xiao Xingyu, it seems you, like me, have your own reverse scale that no one else can touch. The next day, I trained with the Holy Light Angel Beast, practicing various complex maneuvers repeatedly to enhance our combat synergy. Afterward, I retrieved the crystal core obtained from the auction and began preparing for Freya's breakthrough and advancement. I placed the magic beast crystal core into the Holy Light Angel Beast's mouth. Out of concern, I also fed it the vessel's protection herb and the heart-stabilizing pill. Freya, are you ready? I asked. The Holy Light Angel Beast flapped its wings, signaling that it was ready.
Then let's begin.
I commanded, channeling my spiritual energy. Man and beast, our minds were perfectly in sync. With a fierce shout, the energy from the magic beast crystal core exploded within the Holy Light Angel Beast's body. Absorbing this energy would be the key to whether the Holy Light Angel Beast could successfully break through to the next level. Pain surged through the beast and it soared into the air, its wings trembling as it wore an expression of deep agony. The crystal core contained a rich power of the stars, which was difficult for the Holy Light Angel Beast to absorb. It began to experience intense discomfort, rampaging through the forest and leaving a trail of destruction. As towering ancient trees toppled, the forest turned into a scene of devastation. The holy light angel beast fell from the sky, its body battered and bruised. Its snow-white skin began to tear, with the cracks oozing out the star power that it couldn't absorb or digest. Tout tilde. The holy light angel beast fell to its knees, its once radiant wings now dull and lifeless, its breathing becoming increasingly labored. Blood began to trickle from its eyes, ears, and nose, staining the snow beneath it. I watched with deep concern, shouting, "Freya, if you can't hold on, do as I instructed." All the holy light angel beast had to do was draw a circle in the snow with its finger, and I would immediately stop releasing my spiritual energy and halt this breakthrough attempt. But if the breakthrough was interrupted, the holy light magic beast crystal core, containing the hidden power of the stars, would be wasted. However, I could no longer focus on that. I only cared about the safety of the holy light angel beast. At that moment, Freya reached the peak of her pain and pressure. Her body was already broken beyond repair. She lifted a trembling finger and dug it into the snow. I thought she was about to start drawing the circle, so I prepared to withdraw my spiritual energy. Freya, you. In the next moment, my pupils contracted and my soul was shaken to its core. Freya's finger wasn't drawing a circle in the snow. Instead, she wrote 3 words. "I can do it." These 3 words were crooked, even a bit ugly, and more immature than a child's handwriting. Freya. My eyes welled up with tears as I stood frozen in the snow, gazing at her with deep affection. The holy light angel beast lifted her head, her bloodied face still beautiful, and her gaze remained as pure as ever. She would never forget that she was once a despised spirit, sold as a plaything for the powerful to indulge in their pleasures. It was my arrival that gave her a chance at rebirth, transforming her into a noble-blooded Angel. The entire forest was crystalline with ice, the tree shadows swaying gracefully on the snow. Blood dripped from the holy light angel beast's fingertips, the warm liquid melting the snow beneath. The blood of the angelic beasts was as red as human blood. At this moment, the holy light angel beast was teetering on the edge between life and death. Just one step forward and she would successfully break through, one step back and she would fall into an abyss of no return. The expensive remedies I purchased had minimal effect. The pain the holy light angel beast was enduring had far surpassed the limits of her body. Every inch of her skin showed signs of tearing and blood gushed from her wounds. If the holy light angel beast cannot completely absorb the star power within the magic beast crystal core, the outcome would be her body exploding and perishing. Freya, don't push yourself too hard, you can give up. My eyes were bloodshot and my voice was even more hoarse in the silence of the snowfield. Whoosh! The holy light angel beast suddenly flapped her wings and shot up into the sky. I looked up, chasing her through the forest on the Hell Nether wolf. Freya, stop! There's a mountain ahead, stop! If you crash, you will, wait, you plan to use the impact to stay conscious. At that moment, I suddenly realized her plan but was too late to speak further. The holy light angel beast increased her flying speed, turning her body into a streak of light as she crashed heavily into the snow-covered mountain. Boom tilde. The explosion echoed through the sky and the intense impact triggered an avalanche. The blizzard roared like a tsunami, raising a curtain 100 meters high that covered the sky, crashing down towards my position like a beast unleashed. A Blackfang. Avu tilde. The Hell Nether wolf howled furiously, spewing a pillar of black fire from its mouth. The hellfire burned fiercely, instantly melting the overwhelming avalanche, with its star-like flames sweeping across the clear sky. Freya! Freya! If you can hear my voice, give me a sign. I panicked, face turning pale, my eyes bloodshot with crisscrossing veins. The usually composed and unflappable me was nowhere to be seen. Right now, I was just a boy worried about his beast's safety. On the snow-covered mountainside, I frantically dug through the thick snow with my bare hands, fearing that the Hell Nether wolf's flames might harm the holy light angel beast. I dared not use its fire to melt all the snow, so I could only dig through it manually in search of the holy light angel beast. The Hell Nether wolf and the electric-eared rabbit stayed by my side, helping to dig through the snow. As time passed and the sky darkened, the sunset turned the snowy mountain into a scene of poignant beauty. Chirp chirp! The electric-eared rabbit let out sharp, urgent cries. I turned to see that hot blood was seeping from the snow not far away.
Freya.
I scrambled over, digging through the heavy snow with my frostbitten hands until I found a delicate white hand. 5 minutes later, I pulled the Holy Light Angel Beast's delicate body out of the snow. The Holy Light Angel Beast's eyes were closed, her body covered in blood and ice crystals. Her radiant wings were gone, and her broken body was cold and lifeless. Freya, I whispered, my trembling hand gently caressing her face. At that moment, regret flooded my heart. I shouldn't have been so reckless, rushing you into a breakthrough. Breaking through to a higher level always comes with great risks. Moreover, that magic beast crystal core contained a tremendous power of the stars. For the Holy Light Angel Beast, this was a life-or-death trial. Suddenly, I felt a familiar warmth. At some point, the Holy Light Angel Beast had opened her eyes. She raised her hand, her palm touching the side of my face. Freya, you. At this moment, Freya's hand had regained its warmth. In the sunset, the Holy Light Angel Beast's body gradually became translucent, transforming into countless particles of light that danced in the wind. I looked up to see the countless particles of light converging into a meandering river, flowing towards the Crimson Klutz. A gust of wind blew, dispersing the clouds. I widened my eyes in awe. In the sky, a graceful figure floated. The figure became increasingly clear. It was an angel bathed in holy light, with 4 wings of light stretching about 3 meters behind her. She wore a golden armor that was both imposing and ethereal, engraved with ancient and mysterious runes. Beneath the armor were a pair of snow-white, slender legs, and her flawless feet stood on a totemic light array formed by 7 aligned stars. The only thing unchanged was her stunningly beautiful face. An angel's face, a devil's body, this was Freya, who had successfully broken through and advanced. I activated the Demon God's Eye. I saw the updated data panel. Name ** 4-winged Holy Angel. Level * Mature Stage, Level 1. Stern Stern Blutlein Stern Stern Angel Blutlein, Mythical Blutlein. Talent 1 * Holy Light Protection, dispels negative effects from enemies, providing a holy light shield. For allies. Talent 2 * Power of the Stars, can use the power of the 12 constellations and other major star formations, with a low chance to trigger a 10-fold super-critical hit effect. Talent 3 * Star Mark, deals damage to enemies, marking them with a crescent moon mark that refreshes the cooldown of the Holy Light Star Slash. Attributes * Angel Type, Flying Type, Holy Light Type. Loyalty * 100. Skills * Holy Sword Cross / simultaneously wields 2 swords, slashing a cross-shaped sword energy that deals triple critical damage to enemies, while stacking holy light shields for oneself and allies. Flowing Light Sword Array * flaps her 2 wings of light, releasing a feather-shaped holy light sword array, with 188 swords dealing area damage. Holy Light Star / instantly teleports to the marked enemy at the speed of light, dealing / damage to all enemies along the path. Starbursty Flash of Light * absorbs the power of the stars, delivering a kick to a single enemy with a 100% chance of triggering 10-fold critical damage. Evolution Path * Holy Light Angel Beast 4-winged Holy Angel 6-winged Holy Angel. Saint Angel Beast 8-winged, Holy Queen 10-winged, 12-winged Seraph. Habits and preferences * absorbing moonlight, staying by her master's side. After reading through the complex attribute panel, I was overjoyed. It worked! The 4-winged Holy Angel slowly descended, retracting her 4 wings of holy light and knelt on one knee before me. This breakthrough was truly a close call. The Holy Light Angel Beast successfully advanced, ascending to the 4-winged Holy Angel while also merging with the power of the stars. An angelic-type beast with mythical-grade bloodline, combined with the power of the stars, possesses unimaginable potential. In the future, it will undoubtedly grow into a royal beast capable of standing against an entire army on its own.
Freya.
I rushed forward and gave the 4-winged Holy Angel a big bear hug. Although this angel is a beast, like Ailu and Medusa, she belongs to the Beastman type, possessing human characteristics. Compared to before, the 4-winged Holy Angel's chest had become more voluptuous. Even the thick Golden armor couldn't fully conceal her curvaceous and sexy figure. Freya, your chest seems to have gotten bigger. Is it swollen? Take off your armor, and I'll check your wounds. I used a serious tone, trying to trick a pure and holy angel. Truly, it's a sin. The four-winged holy angel still couldn't speak, but now she could write. She extended her finger and wrote some crooked characters in the snow. Master is a pervert. Cough, cough, Freya, you can't just say anything you want.
I'm a gentleman.
The hell nether wolf secretly rolled its eyes. Hey, did you just roll your eyes? Tilde.
See if I don't deal with you. I will.
In the sunset, the young boy and his beasts played and quarreled, their noises echoing through the frozen valley. The class bell rang and Mr. Chunchinian once again explained the precautions for the midterm exam. When the train is attacked by beasts, don't panic. Just apply the team battle coordination that you've practiced, and passing won't be a problem. The passing grade is AC, achieving this grade isn't difficult. The highest grade is an S, achieving this grade, however, is very challenging. At this point in Mr. Chen's lecture, a student stood up to ask a question. Mr. Chen, I remember hearing that a senior a few years ago received an SS grade during the midterm exam.
What's the story behind that?
The question you've asked is very valuable, so let me explain. Mr. Chen's expression suddenly turned serious, and his voice became much more somber. Theoretically, the highest grade for the midterm exam is an S. But if a candidate encounters unexpected variables, faces greater dangers, and not only survives but also performs a meritorious service for the country, the grade can break through S, reaching SS or even SSS. Wu Xingyu raised his hand. Mr. Chen, in the history of Azure Dragon Academy, has anyone ever achieved an SSS grade? Not yet. The highest grade achieved so far is SS, by someone named Nia Qingfeng who graduated 5 years before you. When Mr. Chen mentioned this name, it sparked a discussion among the students. Ni Qingfeng? That name sounds familiar. I've heard of him. He's the deputy general stationed at Huangyan City, a 6-star Beastmaster with an impressive record. The final destination of train No. 13 is Huangyan City, isn't it? Does that mean we might see this senior during the exam? Mr. Chen remarked sarcastically, students, your senior Nia achieved an SS grade back then. I'm not asking you to compare yourself to him. I'll be satisfied as long as the whole class scores above the passing grade.
Mr. Chen, don't worry, I'll definitely pass. I'm aiming to break into the B grade. I have confidence that I can get an A grade.
Chun Chinian smiled and asked, isn't there anyone in the class who dares to say they can get an S? The whole class turned their heads, looking toward the last row. I was sneaking a bite of Little Raccoon instant noodles. Chun Chinian, visibly frustrated, growled, you have to get an S grade. If you manage to do it, I'll buy you a truckload of spicy sticks as a reward. I leaned in closer to Chun Chinian's ear and said with a playful smile, a truckload of spicy sticks doesn't seem like enough, does it? You sly little fox, what are you scheming now? Mr. Chun, if I get an S grade, how about you give me a supernatural class Thunder Beast core instead? Chun Chinian was so exasperated that he clutched his chest. A supernatural class Thunder Beast core of decent quality costs around 15 million. Are you trying to make off with my life savings? Mr. Chen, you're in your late 30s, pushing 40, and you still haven't gotten married?
Xiao Xingyu.
Chun Chinian yelled, causing the other students to look over in confusion. In the classroom, Chun Chinian couldn't lose his temper openly, so he leaned in closer to whisper.
Fine, you win this time. I agree.
As long as you get an S grade, I'll give you a supernatural class Thunder Beast core. Chun Chinian had no choice. This year, he was aiming for the outstanding instructor title, and his hopes were pinned on me.
So he had to let me have my way?
After school. I hummed a tune as I walked toward the school's back gate.
Xingyu.
A familiar voice called from behind. Braza Yangsu, Liu Jin. We ran into each other by chance and headed toward the school gate together.
Xingyu, are you going home?
Yeah, tomorrow is the midterm exam. I want to go back and spend time with my sister. Before leaving, I just wanted to be with my sister.
Xingyu, could you stay a bit longer?
Brother Yangshua, what's up? Murong Yangshua had a straightforward personality and never held back when something was on his mind.
I wanted to invite you to have dinner at my place.
At your place?
My dad is home too, and he really wants to meet you.
General Murong?
He wants to meet me.
My face turned pale and I felt so awkward that I wanted to dig a hole in the ground. Back at the Navy headquarters on Binghua Island, I had fought Murong Jin in my black robe persona. Now, Murong Yangshua was inviting me to his house, with Murong Jin present. The thought made me both laugh and cry.
Brother Yangshua, how about we do it another day? Come on, no time like the present.
Let's go.
Murong Yangshua threw his arm around my shoulder and led me to a luxury car.
Dad, we're home.
A deep voice came from the kitchen.
Go wash your hands, I'll have the last dish ready in a minute.
I couldn't help but ask in disbelief, Brother Yangshua, your dad is a high-ranking Navy admiral, and he
actually cooks himself?
Yeah, my sister and I have been eating my dad's cooking since we were 6 years old. I didn't say more, knowing that the Murong siblings' mother had passed away many years ago. Their father, Murong Jin, had taken on both parental roles to raise them. 10 minutes later, the dining table was filled with a variety of delicious-looking dishes. Though they were simple home-cooked meals, the chef's skill was evident. This chef, who sat across from me, was none other than Murong Jin, the Navy admiral commanding thousands of patrol fleets. General Murong, it's an honor for me to visit you for the first time and meet someone of your stature. Murong Jin smiled as he observed the young man before him. A young man, I heard from Yangshua that you're outgoing and lively, so why do you seem so reserved today? Forcing a smile, my forehead was covered in sweat and I was internally panicking.
How can I not be nervous? I fought against you on Binghua Island.
At that moment, a scar was still visible on Murong Jin's face, a reminder of the battle, courtesy of Ailu, the nine-tailed dragon fox. Murong Jin stared at me repeatedly, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. Why is it that, even though it's my first time meeting this kid, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? And the more I look at him, the more my face hurts. Instinctively, Murong Jin touched the scar on his face, but no matter what, he couldn't connect the black-robed figure with the young man sitting before him. At the dining table, my humorous conversation quickly helped me blend in with the family. Murong Jin looked at me with admiration and praised me sincerely. Xiao Xingyu, I watched your performance in the Supernova Tournament through online videos. After watching it, I had one thought: the Yangtze River waves push forward, the younger generation is truly formidable. Every major figure who interacts with me seems to end up using the phrase, the younger generation is formidable. My talent and strength speak for themselves, but it's my battle intelligence and the maturity far beyond my years that truly set me apart, traits usually found only in the most exceptional individuals. Uncle Murong, you're too kind. I was just lucky. You're a humble one, aren't you? Murong Jin, who had seen countless prodigies in his military career, knew how to judge character. He understood that my success was not due to luck but to my extraordinary talent and wisdom. As Murong Jin and I exchanged drinks, there were moments when he felt a brief sense of confusion. He kept feeling like there was a layer of fog obscuring my true nature, preventing him from fully understanding me. Murong Xinshin was quietly eating her meal when she noticed me out of the corner of her eye. The dining table was large and there were many dishes. One particular dish, braised prawns, was quite far from me. I reached out multiple times, but my chopsticks couldn't grasp the prawns. Just then, a braised prawn landed in my bowl. Murong Jin was stunned. Just now, Murong Xinshin personally picked up a braised prawn and placed it in my bowl. Murong Jin was stunned for a long time, his heart churning with emotions. I've raised this daughter for over 10 years, and she's never once served her old man any food. I was thoroughly enjoying the delicious prawn, chewing with relish, and I made sure to thank her. Thanks, Xinshin. Is there anything else you want to eat? If you can't reach it, I'll help you. Before I could respond, Murong Xinshin took the initiative and served me portions from every dish that was farthest from me. I try the steamed base, it's very fresh. This stir-fried pork with chili is also delicious, you should mix it with rice. And this kung pao chicken, it's my dad's specialty, you should too. Take your time eating, don't choke. Have some of this lotus seed and white fungus soup. I accepted everything she offered, thoroughly enjoying the meal. Murong Xinshin kept serving me food, all the while chattering on, exhibiting the demeanor of a caring wife.
Hey, Dad, why are you zoning out?
Murong Yangshua waved his hand in front of Murong Jin's dazed face. Isn't my daughter supposed to have autism?
How is she suddenly talking so much to Xiao Xingyu?
I remember this girl usually never says more than 2 sentences to me.
Yangshua, what's going on here? Dad is totally confused.
At this moment, Murong Jin was utterly baffled, watching his daughter, who had never served him food, behave so differently. He suddenly fired off a dozen questions at me in rapid succession. Let me ask you something.
How many people are in your family? How much land do you have? What do your parents do for a living? What did your grandparents do?
What rank Beastmaster was your great-grandmother? Murong Jin questioned me like a security officer conducting a thorough background check.
Dad, Xingyu is my friend.
Do you really need to interrogate him like this?
It's not necessary, right?
Shut up, you little rascal.
Who's the father here, you or me?
Murong Yangshua sighed helplessly, giving me a look that said, there's nothing I can do.
Stop playing dumb, answer my questions.
Murong Xinshin suddenly spoke up, Dad, don't give him a hard time.
Well, okay, I won't give him a hard time, hee.
I raised an eyebrow, thinking to myself, is this really a Navy admiral?
He seems more like a doting father.
Out of politeness, I went ahead and answered the questions Murong Jin had thrown at me. After learning about my background, Murong Jin fell into deep thought. This kid comes from humble beginnings, with no parents or powerful background. He's gotten this far purely on his outstanding talent. While I don't have specific expectations for the family background of my future son-in-law, this kid is dirt poor.
How will Xinshin manage if she marries him and has to endure hardship?
Xinshin, your dad is giving me a weird look. He's not going to take a knife to me, is he? I joked nervously. Murong Xinshin was still busy adding more food to my bowl.
Eat some more.
I'm so full. I served you, and you're not going to eat?
Well. I'll eat.
Don't leave anything behind.
Yes, ma'am.
I won't waste a single grain of rice. The way Xinshin and I interacted, you'd think we were an old married couple rather than 2 young people who hadn't even hit 40 yet. Murong Jin watched all of this with a warm expression, the corners of his lips curling into a smile. I have to admit, Xinshin has become much more lively around this kid. She doesn't look so cold anymore. To Murong Jin, it didn't matter whether Xinshin would achieve great things or carry on his legacy. His only concern was whether his daughter was happy. And it seemed that only in my presence could Murong Xinshin shed her label of being a loner and live like a normal, cheerful young woman. Xinshin, I really can't eat anymore. My stomach is about to burst. Don't waste food. I honestly can't eat another bite.
Please, I'm begging you, don't make me eat anymore.
Wasting food is shameful. An idea suddenly struck me. I know wasting food is bad, but how about you forgive me this once, and after the midterms, I'll take you to the movies.
How does that sound?
The room fell silent. Murong Jin and Murong Yangshua both turned to look at Xinshin. After a few seconds of awkward quiet, Xinshin finally broke the silence.
Okay.
I exhaled a deep breath of relief. Great, finally no more eating. My stomach was really about to explode. Murong Jin and Murong Yangshua exchanged wide-eyed glances, both looking utterly shocked. The father and son duo were astonished for 3 reasons. 1. Murong Xinshin never went to the movies. 2. Murong Xinshin never accepted invitations from any man. 3. Murong Xinshin actually agreed to go on a date with Xiao Xingyu. For 2 young people, agreeing to watch a movie together, to spend time alone, what else could it be but a date?
Yangshua, why are you looking at me like that?
Xingyu, you're amazing.
Seriously, you're the most amazing person I've ever met.
There was a newfound respect in the way Murong Yangshua looked at me. After dinner, we all settled down in front of the television, which was broadcasting a speech by Shangguan Lan, reassuring the nation that Dragon Kingdom had a bright future ahead. And no one would ever guess that this woman, who presents herself as the patriotic and benevolent empress of Dragon Kingdom, is actually a bloodthirsty black dragon behind the scenes. I thought to myself silently, mocking her as I watched the screen. Murong Jin suddenly asked, Xingyu, there's something uncle is very curious about. You're so young and you just recently got accepted into Azure Dragon Academy. How did you end up being recruited by the Skysong Guild as a special consultant apothecary? Now that Murong Jin had seen how his daughter interacted with me, he was warming up to the idea of me as a potential son-in-law. But in these turbulent times, love and marriage were both matters that required a solid foundation of strength. After all, the Murong family was one of the 4 great families of Dragon Kingdom, and Murong Xinshin was Murong Jin's most beloved daughter. Therefore, Murong Jin had very high standards when it came to assessing a potential son-in-law. Even if I didn't have a powerful background, I needed to possess qualities that set me apart from the average person. I responded, Uncle Murong, although I'm still young and inexperienced, I have a certain talent in practices. I can develop potions and pills that aren't available on the market, which can help injured beasts recover to their peak condition. Murong Jin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ah ha ha ha, you're still so young, yet you speak with such confidence. Uncle Murong, you don't believe me? A special consultant apothecary is a rare resource in any Beastmaster guild. If you only have a slight understanding of medicine, how could you have gained the recognition of the Skysong Guild? I had anticipated Murong Jin's skepticism. So, Uncle Murong, you think that I got my position as a special consultant apothecary at Skysong Guild through connections or by pulling strings? Otherwise, how else? I had someone investigate, and it turns out you have a close relationship with Qin Yanran, the daughter of the Skysong Guild's leader. Given my young age and limited experience, it's reasonable to doubt that I could become a special consultant apothecary at any Beastmaster guild without having undergone systematic medical training. No wonder Murong Jin was skeptical. Uncle Murong, no matter how much I explain, you'll probably still doubt me. So why don't I let the facts speak for themselves? And what are you suggesting, young man? Murong Jin asked, intrigued. I stood up, a glint of wisdom shining in my eyes. Uncle Murong, you're a Navy admiral stationed at Navy headquarters, living on the sea most of the time. But the sea isn't just your home, it's a bloody battlefield. Whenever aquatic monsters invade, the naval warriors must summon their beasts and fight desperately on the water. After prolonged exposure to seawater, followed by the scorching sun when they surface, these beasts inevitably develop a condition known as cracked skin syndrome. Murong Jin's eyes widened in surprise. You even know about cracked skin syndrome? I gave a calm smile and continued my explanation. Beasts suffering from cracked skin syndrome develop numerous tiny cracks on their skin, resembling the shell of a turtle. Over time, these cracks don't heal, causing itching and pain for the beast. As the condition worsens, it severely impairs the beast's coagulation function. If a beast with cracked skin syndrome is injured by a monster, the wound will continue to bleed, potentially leading to death from excessive blood loss. It's an irreversible condition. My detailed explanation left Murong Jin deeply impressed. You're absolutely right. Cracked skin syndrome is indeed one of the most troublesome conditions for our naval warriors' beasts. As you mentioned, this condition leads to a decrease in coagulation, and it's irreversible. According to our data, the incidence rate of cracked skin syndrome at Navy headquarters is 99%. Once it reaches a severe stage, the beast's combat effectiveness can decrease by 20% to 30%. I gave a knowing smile. Uncle Murong, up until now, no effective treatment for cracked skin syndrome has been developed, correct? Murong Jin sighed heavily, his weathered face filled with frustration. Yes, that's true. Even the most advanced medical institutions in Dragon Kingdom have been working on this for the past 30 or 40 years, but no effective treatment has been found. I have a remedy, I said, shocking him. Murong Jin froze for a moment before furrowing his brow. What did you say? I have a medicine that can treat cracked skin syndrome. Murong Yangshua quietly reminded me, Xingyu, be careful not to brag in front of my dad. If he finds out you're bluffing, he might actually beat you up. Brother Yangshua, you know me well. If I dare to say it, it means I really have the medicine. I reached into my pocket and took out a small, exquisite blue bottle. Even though the cap was sealed, a refreshing fragrance wafted through the air. Uncle Murong, this is the special remedy I've developed for cracked skin syndrome. It's the high energy herbal antioxidant blue essence. A high energy herbal what? Murong Jean struggled to pronounce the name, nearly sounding like a stuttering uncle with a cognitive disorder. If the name is too long, you can just call it the little blue bottle. Are you telling me this little blue bottle can really cure cracked skin syndrome? Uncle, like I said before, if you have doubts, why not let the facts speak for themselves? Murong Jean nodded and led us all to the large courtyard outside. In the courtyard, there was a fountain. Pool. Murong Jean called over a subordinate, who was the captain of the 972nd Unit of the Navy Headquarters, Lu Zandong. Lu, summon your beast.
Yes, sir.
Lu Sandong activated his beast mark, and a flash of light streaked across the fountain pool. Emerging from the pool was a massive sea lion with sharp, exposed teeth and a whirlwind forming around it. This sea lion, known as the Storm Fury Beast, was at the Transcendent level, 3rd rank. Under the moonlight, everyone could clearly see every inch of the Storm Fury Beast's skin. The skin was cracked, with dense fissures, and blood continuously seeped from the wounds, quickly staining the fountain. Red. At that moment, the Storm Fury Beast appeared exhausted, its eyes dull, clearly tormented by cracked skin syndrome for a long time. Murong Jean patted me on the shoulder. A kid, let's see if your little blue bottle is a miracle cure or just a
scam.
In the fountain pool, the Storm Fury Beast, weakened by the syndrome, was in excruciating pain. As he approached, it suddenly arched its back, generating numerous wind blades sharp enough to slice through steel. Lu Sandong stepped forward to calm it down. Reassured by its master, the Storm Fury Beast retracted the wind blades and became more docile. I reached out and gently touched the beast's cracked skin. Blood oozed continuously from the deep fissures, a result of its severely impaired coagulation function. Your name is Tooth, right? Don't worry, I'm going to make you feel better than ever. With a slight smile, I opened the little blue bottle and let a single drop of the blue liquid fall onto the cracks in its skin. The liquid seeped deep into the wounds, spreading along the fissures. After 3 seconds, the entire network of cracks on the Storm Fury Beast's skin began to glow blue, resembling a web of blue LED lights. From a distance, the Storm Fury Beast let out a roar, its eyes narrowing as it seemed to enjoy the sensation. Lu Sandong's eyes widened in shock. General, Tooth's skin cracks are healing. Murong Jin's eyes flickered as he witnessed the entire healing process unfold before him. The entire process took no more than a minute. The Storm Fury Beast's skin had fully healed, now smooth and supple, resembling a perfect piece of black yada. The countless cracks that once marred its skin had completely vanished, leaving no scars behind.
Thank you, Mr. Xiao, for healing my tooth.
Tears welled up in Lu Sandong's eyes, a man who had shed blood and sweat on the battlefield now showed a more vulnerable side. Seeing his loyal beast suffer from cracked skin syndrome day after day had caused Lu Sandong countless sleepless nights. However, at this moment, the Storm Fury Beast's cracked skin syndrome was completely cured and it returned to its former lively self with a simple and honest smile on its face. For a Beastmaster, how could this not bring tears to their eyes? Captain Lu, there's no need to thank me. No, Mr. Xiao, my tooth has been suffering from cracked skin syndrome for 3 years, and it was you who cured it. I, Lu Sandong, will remember your great kindness and will repay you in the future. Lu Sandong saluted me, and the way he saluted was special. It was the highest form of respect within the Navy. Murong Jean was still in shock, watching the now energetic Storm Fury Beast in the fountain pool. It all felt a bit surreal to him as waves of astonishment surged in his heart. Cracked skin syndrome actually cured completely? The special remedy this kid developed is even more effective than the SK92 serum from the Imperial Academy. Xiao Xingyu, you really are a monstrous genius. Uncle Murong. Murong Jean was pulled back to reality by my voice. Do you believe in my medical skills now? Murong Jean, visibly emotional, suddenly grabbed my arm. Xingyu, tell me, can this little blue bottle be mass-produced? Of course, but I'll need a pharmaceutical factory. We have everything you need at Navy headquarters. There are 3 pharmaceutical factories on Binghua Island. I hope you can start mass-producing the little blue bottle. At that moment, Murong Jin's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. The surge of excitement within him was beyond words. Cracked skin syndrome had always been one of the most severe challenges faced by the Navy. After all, this condition could lead to a 20% to 30% reduction in a beast's combat effectiveness, shorten its lifespan, and even cause both the Beastmaster and beast to suffer from depression and other mental illnesses. If the little blue bottle could be mass-produced and the issue of cracked skin syndrome completely resolved, then the overall strength of the Navy could increase by 20% to 30%. This cold, hard statistic might not seem significant on paper. But in reality, Murong Jin, as a Navy admiral, knew exactly what this meant. It meant the Navy could continue to expand the territorial waters of the Dragon Kingdom. It meant they could reclaim those islands that had been occupied by high-level beasts. It meant that more young talents would be willing to join the Navy family. Murong Jin couldn't deny that the little blue bottle I held in my hand was vital to the entire Navy's future. Xingyu, you truly are a once-in-a-century genius. Uncle really likes you, ha ha ha. Murong Jin wrapped his arm around my shoulder, showering me with praise, almost as if he was considering me as his future son-in-law. A little sister, why are you smiling? A happy for him. Murong Xinshin rarely smiled, but now her delicate and pure face was graced with a contented smile. She was happy for me because I had earned Murong Jin's admiration. Uncle Murong, I have my midterm exams tomorrow, so the mass production of the little blue bottle will have to wait until after the exams. No problem, there's no rush. After your exams, I'll bring you to Navy headquarters and give you a tour of our Dragon Kingdom Navy's Godslayer battleship. When Murong Jin mentioned the Godslayer battleship, I nearly choked on air. The Godslayer battleship is the Navy's most powerful class of warships and the core of their arsenal. Back when I, as the Black-Robe Man, disrupted the execution, I had controlled the nine-tailed dragon fox to punch through 3 Godslayer battleships. Now, as Murong Jin looked at me, the more he looked, the more he liked what he saw. He was truly beginning to appreciate the idea of me as his future son-in-law. But then I dropped a line that completely caught this Navy admiral off guard. Uncle Murong, shouldn't we talk about the patent fees next?
Talk about what?
Patent fees. Murong Jin's face went blank, and it took him a moment to regain his composure. You brat, you're planning to do business with me, huh?
What else?
Developing the little blue bottle took a lot of effort. If it's going to be mass-produced at Navy headquarters, I'll need to charge for the patent. Murong Jin's face fell and he huffed in annoyance. You cheeky kid, you're practically my future son-in-law. And you're talking to me about money? Now it was my turn to be stunned. Did I hear that right, future what? Murong Yangshua quickly tugged on Murong Jin's sleeve, whispering urgently, Dad, calm down a bit. If anyone heard you, they'd think you were selling your daughter. Even if you don't care about your own dignity, what about Xinshin's? She's still a girl. Indeed, there were still some Navy soldiers around, including Lu Sandong. In broad daylight, Murong Jin's earlier statement did sound a bit like he was putting his daughter up for sale. Murong Jin adjusted his posture and cleared his throat with a few light coughs.
Gahem, Xingyu, you make a good point. So, about those patent fees, how much are you asking for?
I held up one finger. Murong Jin's face lit up. 10 million? That's no problem. Considering our relationship, I'll throw in an extra 2 million. So 12
million, how does that sound? I shook my head.
I was thinking more like 100 million. Murong Jin froze, then his eyes widened in shock as he started looking around the ground.
Uncle Murong, what are you searching for? Gabrick?
Murong Jin picked up a brick and brandished it. You cheeky brat, you're asking for a king's ransom. I'll smack you with this brick. Dad, calm down.
Don't let anger cloud your judgment.
Murong Yangshua quickly intervened, fearing that if his father actually brained me with that brick, his sister might end up spending the rest of her life as a widow.
Xiao Xingyu, you've got guts asking for 100 million straight up.
Uncle Murong, be honest with yourself, is that really so much to ask? Murong Jin hesitated, temporarily at a loss for words. Holding the little blue bottle, I remained calm and composed. As I understand it, the top medical research institution in our Dragon Kingdom, the Imperial Academy of Sciences, spent 300 million developing the SK92 serum, with patent fees amounting to 500 million. Even so, the SK92 serum isn't a miracle drug. It can't cure cracked skin syndrome. In other words, when it comes to treating cracked skin syndrome, I, Xiao Xingyu, am the only authority. My little blue bottle is the one and only solution to cracked skin syndrome. Murong gritted his teeth, a begrudging respect in his eyes. You're cocky, kid, but I'll admit you've earned the right to be. So, is asking for 100 million really that much? Gah. Murong Yangshuo leaned in close to his father's ear. Dad, this little blue bottle can cure cracked skin syndrome. 100 million is honestly a fair price. A silly son, I want this kid to be my son-in-law. If Xiner marries him, we'll be one family. So why should I spend money? Dad, just think of that billion as Xiner's dowry for when she gets married, and you won't feel so bad about it. Murong paused then nodded.
That makes sense?
I scratched my head, thinking to myself, what are these two plotting? I feel like I'm being set up. But at that moment, all I was concerned about was covering the expenses for my sister and my own needs. So, right in front of Murong Xinshin, I managed to get my future father-in-law to agree to $1 billion deal. And ultimately, we reached an agreement. After chatting for a while, I got ready to leave and head home. Just as I was about to get into the car, I saw Murong Xinshin running over. She took off her scarf and, standing on tiptoes, wrapped it around my neck. Xinshin, thank you. It's really warm. Murong Xinshin stood at the corner, watching me until the car disappeared into the darkness. Murong Yangshuo walked over, a gleam of gossip in his eyes. Hee sis, were you just giving Xingyu a token of your affection? I was just worried he'd be cold. You're not worried about your brother being cold? You've never given me a scarf, ignoring your own brother for someone else. Murong Xinshin has always been different from others due to her social withdrawal. The world she sees and the way she thinks are not like that of ordinary people. In her mind, I needed a scarf, and she just happened to have one. In her world, if I need something and she has it, she would give it to me willingly. Her world is that simple, that pure. Pure and sincere emotions have always been the most scarce resource in this post-apocalyptic world. Under a tree by the gate of the manor, Murong, with a cigarette in his mouth, had witnessed everything. Smiling, he stubbed out the cigarette and pulled out an old photograph from his pocket. The yellowed photo showed a young woman with a radiant smile and long, flowing white hair. Xiaoman, the kids have grown up. By the way, I need to tell you, it seems our Xiner has found a good match. Meanwhile, after getting out of the car, I cheerfully headed into a brightly lit mall where I spent the next couple of hours raiding countless luxury boutiques. 2 hours later, I walked out of the mall, carrying several bags, a grin on my face more vibrant than the biting cold night wind. The mall wasn't far from the family apartment, but instead of heading straight home, I made my way to a secluded, abandoned alley. I activated my Beastmaster seal and summoned with a blood contract. 2 figures appeared in the alley, nine-tailed dragon fox Ailu and the calamity serpent Medusa. Ailu leaned against a tree, her fox ears twitching slightly as she glanced at the bags of high-end luxury items I was holding. A kid, you just made some money, and you're already blowing it like this? I grinned and replied, my sister raised me since I was a kid. Now that I've made some serious money of course, I have to give back to her. Ailu brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and nodded slightly. You two really have a deep sibling bond. But you know, emotions are always the biggest weakness for you humans. Medusa approached me. Master, I recall you started secretly developing the little blue bottle a week ago. That's right. So, you planned all of this a week ago? I raised an eyebrow and smiled, letting the silence speak for itself. Medusa took a deep breath, her heart filled with awe. I know one thing for sure, with my relationship with the Murong siblings, I would eventually visit the Murong family and meet Murong in person. Coming from a humble background, if I want to connect with someone of such high status and establish a stable friendship, I need to demonstrate my value. The issue of the cracking skin syndrome was something I noticed the last time I went to the naval headquarters as the man in the black robe. After that, I began working on the little blue bottle, waiting for today's opportunity. Everything that seems coincidental is actually part of my careful planning. Ailu shivered, feeling a sense of dread, and remarked, "You're truly a monster with an exceptional IQ. In the game of life, you're always 10 steps ahead of everyone else." Then I took out some black stockings and a maid outfit, suggesting they try them on to satisfy my curiosity. As a respectable gentleman. Later, I returned home with these items and handed them to my sister, Yi Shimeng, asking her to try them on. However, Yi Shimeng immediately took out a pen and her diary. The cover of the diary had 4 large characters, Umengmeng's diary. Today, I discovered my brother's little secret. He likes black stockings and maids. Sometimes when he sleeps on the couch, he talks in his sleep and says he likes women in leather outfits, preferably with whips. Who can tie him up? My brother likes many types, he's a boy with broad love. In the near future, when I become a great hero of the Dragon Nation, a person of high status, this unassuming little diary filled with blackmail-worthy material could ruin my reputation and even lead to social death if exposed. Xiaoyu, the bath is ready. Go take a shower, said my sister.
Okay, sis.
As Xiao helped me take off my coat, she noticed something unusual.
Xiaoyu. Gahm?
I've never seen this scarf before.
Did you just buy it?
No, I didn't just buy it. Xiao leaned in to smell the scarf. A faint scent of gardenias. This is a woman's scarf, isn't it? I didn't hide the truth from my sister. This scarf was given to me by a good friend. Her name is Murong Xinshin, and she's the daughter of Admiral Murong Jin. Yi Shimeng, who was munching on chocolate, chimed in despite her full mouth. Murong's sister? I know her. She has long white hair and is as beautiful as my sister, Yi Shuangning. It's well known that when a girl gives a boy a scarf, it signifies feelings that go beyond friendship and carry a hint of romance. Being a girl herself, Xiao picked up on this and tentatively asked, "Xiaoyu, do you like that girl?" Of course I like her. 6 gold is kind-hearted. She doesn't talk much, but she treats me very well.
She's like
a good brother to me. Despite being seen as a master at flirting, I can also be a bit of a dense, straight-laced guy. I haven't realized how deep my feelings for Murong Xinshin have grown. For now, I only see her as a brother. In short, relationship is at a stage where there's just one last barrier that hasn't been broken yet. As for who will break this barrier, it'll likely be decided after the couple's movie date post-exam. Xiao had an ant-like smile on her face, her beautiful eyes filled with satisfaction. This child is growing up, it's time for him to start dating. The next day, I hurried out the door. At Longyin Station, an armored train was stationed at platform 13. The students of Class 1, Year 1 of Azure Dragon Academy were all geared up, each with a look of nothing but nervousness on their faces. After Chen Qinian gave us his final instructions, he waved goodbye as we boarded the train one after another. Chen Qinian called out to me. I was the last one to board, standing in the connection between carriages. And I turned to look back at him. Don't forget what you promised me. I'll only keep my word if you achieve an S rating in the exam.
I've got it, Director Chen. And one more thing.
Oh, what's that?
Chen Qinian rubbed his nose. Come back safely. I was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and nodded. The train whistled again, slowly starting its journey into the west, heading into the falling snow. Chen Qinian stood on the platform, watching as the train gradually disappeared into the distance. It's just a midterm exam, nothing should go wrong, Chen Qinian muttered to himself, trying to reassure himself. He pulled his coat tighter and walked out of the station, blending into the crowd until he was no longer visible. Once aboard, I volunteered to guard the most dangerous reserve carriage. But with Qin Yanran accompanying me, I didn't feel too lonely. However, during lunch, while my classmates were praising me for being recognized by the Sky Vault Guild, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. A specially appointed doctor? Humph, a young kid who was specially appointed by the Sky Vault Guild must have gotten in through connections. What's so impressive about that? The carriage fell silent, and all eyes turned to a man in the corner, who appeared to be around 30 years old. He wore a baseball cap, his appearance was far from handsome and his narrow, slightly squinted eyes gave off a somewhat sleazy vibe. Deputy Leader Li Kai couldn't stand the man's sarcastic tone and stood up to retort, "Lin Yu, if you couldn't get appointed as a special doctor, that's on you. Don't take that tone with Xingyu." Lin Yu lifted the brim of his hat, his thin lips curling into a sneer. "Li Kai, did I say anything wrong? Xingyu is an outsider. If he didn't have connections through Leader Qin, do you think he could have been appointed as a special doctor?"
Bang!
Qin Yanran slammed her fist on the table so hard that the braised ribs in her lunchbox jumped. "Lin Yu, I do consider Xingyu as a younger brother, but when it comes to the selection of a special doctor, I didn't let any personal feelings interfere." Lin Yu still wasn't satisfied, loudly questioning her. "Leader Qin, I, Lin Yu, have been with the Sky Vault Guild for 8 years. In these 8 years I've made significant contributions and endured hardships. I was on a 6-month mission, helping guild members complete several S-rank tasks. When I came back, I thought for sure the guild would promote me, appoint me as a special doctor."
"And what happened?"
This grew more emotional and he pointed at me. Instead, this outsider snatched the title of special doctor from me. How many times has he risked his life
"For the Sky Vault Guild?"
Just because you're the guild leader's daughter, does that give you the right to blatantly protect an outsider and help him get in through the back door? The other guild members couldn't hold back any longer, standing up to hurl insults at him.
"Lin Yu, watch your mouth.
How dare you talk to the young lady like that? Do you want me to cripple you? If you dare to slander the young lady one more time, I'll throw you off this train and feed you to the wolves on the side of the tracks." Qin Yanran was about to say something, but I stopped her. I maintained a graceful smile, my demeanor unchanged. Doctorly, being appointed as a special doctor isn't about contributions or hardships, it's about medical skills.
"Go."
From what you're saying, Dr. Xingyu, you seem to have great confidence in your medical skills. The tension in the carriage was palpable. "Dr. Xingyu, do you dare to make a wager?"
"What's the bet?"
"Let's have a medical competition. If your skills surpass mine, I'll voluntarily submit my resignation and leave." "The Sky Vault Guild," Lin Yu said, a harsh glint in his eyes. "But if your skills are inferior, you must leave the Sky Vault Guild voluntarily." I didn't hesitate at all. "Fine, I accept your challenge." Lin Yu was taken aback, surprised by how quickly I agreed. Qin Yanran tugged on my sleeve, whispering in my ear, "Xingyu, don't fall for his provocation. You're on this train for your midterm exam, don't waste your energy on Lin Yu." I patted Qin Yanran's hand reassuringly. "Don't worry, Sister Yanran. Competing in medical skills is just a minor task. I'll handle it effortlessly and it won't interfere with my midterm exam." Lin Yu's arrogance flared as he loudly declared, "Everyone, you heard that. Bear witness to this, if his medical skills are inferior to mine, he'll have to leave the Sky Vault Guild." None of the students responded, instead glaring at Lin Yu with disdain. But Lin Yu didn't care, feeling triumphant. "Xingyu, I was worried you wouldn't dare to accept the challenge at first. But now that you've agreed, once I crush you in the medical field, let's see if you have the face to cling to the Sky Vault Guild, even if Qin Yanran tries to protect you." After lunch, everyone took a short break. At 1:50 p.m., the broadcast sounded. A friendly reminder, 10 minutes away from the 5 Poison Gorge section. Please stay vigilant and be prepared for any emergencies. Hearing the announcement, the students' drowsiness vanished and their nerves tightened once more. 5. Poison Gorge was known for its many toxic beasts. I leaned against the window, a smile forming on my lips. It's been a while since I've had a good fight, my hands are itching. For some reason, I'm feeling a bit excited, time to start warming up. This would be the first battle for the newly evolved 4-winged Holy Angel Beast. At 2 p.m., the train reached a long, towering bridge. The bridge spanned between 2 towering mountains with a river below that had not yet frozen over. This V-shaped gorge, the 5 Poison Gorge, was notorious for its numerous monsters and was one of the 3 dangerous points on the 13th train's route.
"A tiger, look at this.
The river below the gorge hasn't frozen over and the water is black."
Incredible, I've never seen black river water before."
The temperature outside the train was about -10 degrees Celsius. The mountains on both sides of the gorge were covered in thick snow. However, the river at the bottom of the gorge was still surging violently. The black river water bubbled continuously, releasing dark mist that enveloped the gorge. Even through the train windows, the atmosphere was oppressive. The river's been polluted by the waste of the toxic beasts that inhabit the area.
That's why it's black.
Nothing to be surprised about. Master Yu, are you saying the toxins have dyed an entire river black? Then the number of beasts in this
gorge must be.
A loud crash interrupted us as a massive fist shattered the roof of carriage 15, smashing through the interior. The black fist suddenly opened, instantly grabbing Wu Xingyu by the body. Songhu fell to the ground, blood seeping from a wound on his forehead.
You dad, Lao has been captured.
I leaped onto the roof of the carriage, my pupils constricting at the sight before me. The train was steadily moving across a bridge over the river. Hanging from one of the bridge's suspension cables was a giant ape, over 5 meters tall, covered in black fur. The mature stage, Tier 3, beast, blood-eyed spirit ape. I didn't even need to activate the demon god's eye to easily see through this beast's data. At this moment, the blood-eyed spirit ape had Wu Xingyu clenched tightly in its right hand. Wu Xingyu's face was pale with fear, unable to summon his beast due to the overwhelming pressure exerted by the ape. The ape grinned, its foul-smelling tongue lolling out as it raised its hand, ready to stuff Wu Xingyu into its mouth as an afternoon snack.
A black fang.
A wu. The pitch-black hellfire roared to life, and the hellhound appeared at my side. Without panicking, I channeled my spiritual energy. Sensing my will, the hellhound opened its maw and shot out a pillar of black fire. The fire instantly pierced through the blood-eyed spirit ape's scapula. With a pained howl, the ape's grip slackened.
You dad, save me!
Wu Xingyu plummeted toward the ground, his fall aimed directly at the black, toxin-polluted river.
Oh.
If he fell into that river, it would be worse than landing in a vat of chemicals. His flesh and bones would dissolve instantly, leaving nothing but a wisp of smoke. At this moment, Songhu crawled out of the carriage and joined me on the roof.
Alao!
Seeing Wu Xingyu plummeting, Songhu shouted in panic. Don't worry, let him handle it himself, I said, not making a move. Although Wu Xingyu called me his adoptive father, even a real father couldn't protect his son from walking the path of life on his own. Facing the threat of death, Wu Xingyu's survival instinct kicked in, and he activated his spiritual energy. A large blue butterfly, bigger than a hawk, appeared out of nowhere. Wu Xingyu mounted the butterfly, which made a sharp ascent, flying high above the blackened river. Below, Songhu patted his chest, exhaling a breath of relief. Thank goodness. The blue butterfly beneath Wu Xingyu was his contracted beast, Storm Butterfly. It was a water type beast with flying attributes. Though its bloodline wasn't particularly strong, it could perform unexpectedly well in group battles. Filled with rage, Wu Xingyu bellowed, "A stupid monkey, I'm going to kill you!" Storm Butterfly flapped its wings, condensing the surrounding moisture into countless sharp ice needles, which it then fired at the blood-eyed spirit ape. This was Storm Butterfly's signature move, frozen pear blossom needles, which inflicted freezing and slowing effects on enemies. The blood-eyed spirit ape howled in agony once more. Its right scapula had a gaping, bloody hole from the Hellfire's attack. Its left arm, now riddled with ice needles, quickly froze solid, becoming too stiff to lift. My attack combined with Wu Xingyu's had created an ice and fire effect, thoroughly enraging the
giant ape.
With a furious leap, the blood-eyed spirit ape launched itself toward carriage 15 like a cannonball. If that giant ape collided with the carriage, the entire car would be destroyed in an explosion.
A tiger. Understood.
This is the unspoken bond between a father and his adopted son. Songhu activated his beast tattoo, summoning his contracted beast. A towering minotaur appeared on the roof of the train. This was Songhu's contracted beast, a beastman type known as the Berserk Bull Demon. The Berserk Bull Demon raised its arms in a cross, bracing itself against the impact of the blood-eyed spirit ape crashing down from the sky. In the previous evaluations, Songhu's role was classified as a tank because his beast could absorb an enormous amount of damage for the team. At that moment, another window from a different carriage opened, and a graceful figure flipped up and landed on the roof.
Xingyu, are you okay?
I'm fine, it's just a blood-eyed spirit ape. With my current strength, dealing with a mature stage-level beast is as simple as crushing an ant. Need any help? No need. Song, who exerted his spiritual energy, and with a monstrous display of strength, the berserk bull demon, forcibly shoved the blood-eyed spirit ape away. The ape's feet left the ground as it tried to use its tail to hook onto the train's window.
Freya.
A flash of holy light, the stars trembled. In an instant, the blood-eyed spirit ape's head and body were severed. The headless corpse of the ape fell into the blackened river below like a ghostly specter. Qin Yanan looked up and saw a four-winged angel clad in golden armor hovering above the train. The four wings of light fluttered gently, surrounded by a brilliant and concentrated shower of starlight. Xingyu, is that the holy light angel beast? For wings?
It has evolved.
I smiled proudly. Freya is now a mature stage beast, a four-winged holy angel. At that moment, the four-winged holy angel held a 3-foot-long sword in its left hand and the severed head of the blood-eyed spirit ape in its right, the ape's eyes still wide with disbelief. Freya's debut as a four-winged holy angel marked the beginning of a bloody battle in the gorge. Just as Freya had decapitated the obstructing blood-eyed spirit ape with a single strike, a swarm of enraged blood-eyed spirit apes began to pursue the train in a furious revenge. Their crimson eyes burned with fury as they frantically chased after the rear of the train, using both hands and feet to propel themselves forward. A member of the guild suggested, Captain Qin, I don't think we need to engage with these monkeys. If you give the order to accelerate the train, we can shake them off. I interrupted immediately. No, we can't speed up.
It's coming.
No sooner had I spoken than a massive shadow flashed by. Before anyone could react, the train shook violently, as if it had collided with a mountain, and its speed drastically decreased. In less than 10 seconds, the train was forced to a complete stop. Qin Yanan looked back and saw a pair of enormous, broad black hands gripping the front of the train, holding it in place. A blood-eyed king ape? How did we run into it? The creature that could effortlessly bring the 13th train to with just its hands was a towering black-furred giant ape, its size comparable to a mountain.
You dad, what is that monster?
It looks as big as a blood-eyed king ape, a transcendent stage, tier 3 beast. It's the leader of this horde of blood-eyed spirit apes. Holy crap, we've already encountered a transcendent stage beast? Our luck is really bad. Qin Yanan's expression grew serious as she muttered under her breath. Based on my past experiences, the 5-poison gorge is the least dangerous of the 3 hazardous sections along the route of Train 13, Qin Yanan said thoughtfully. This is the first time we've encountered a transcendent stage-level beast here. I calmly analyzed the situation. The blood-eyed king ape is naturally inclined to sleep a lot. In this snowy weather, it should have been hibernating in a cave, not making a sound. However, I gestured towards the beast. Yanan, take a look at its belly, and you'll see why it gave up hibernation to ambush our train. Qin Yanan focused on the blood-eyed king ape's abdomen, noticing the distinct swelling there.
I see now.
It's pregnant. Exactly. That's why it didn't hibernate. When magical beasts are pregnant, they need to consume a lot of nutrients. The blood-eyed king ape, in order to ensure the successful birth of its offspring, chose to forego hibernation and instead hid under the bridge, waiting for the right moment. As the train moved to the middle of the bridge, the ape climbed up from below, using its immense physical power to force the train to a stop. The blood-eyed king ape revealed a bloodthirsty grin, with putrid drool dripping from its mouth sizzling as it hit the ground and releasing a vile smoke. In its eyes, all the humans on the train were nothing more than food to nourish its unborn child. As far as I remember, the blood-eyed king ape only gets pregnant once every 5 years, Qin Yanan remarked. Xingyu, I have to say, your classmates are really unlucky to encounter it now. I chuckled, shaking my head. It's just fate, I suppose. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the area. The blood-eyed king ape smashed through the train's windshield, grabbing the terrified driver, and swallowed him whole. The driver's desperate cries for help were stifled by the beast's massive body, and just like that, a life was snuffed out in such a brutal, casual manner. Qin Yanan quickly issued an order, everyone off the train. Protect the train and repel the beast. Members of the Skysong Guild were the first to disembark, forming a tight defensive line in front of the train's engine. Some of the braver students also disembarked, heading towards the rear of the train to join. However, some of the more timid students couldn't even muster the courage to leave the train. They huddled under the seats, covering their ears and trembling in fear. Qin Yanan didn't force these students to get off the train, knowing that their safety was paramount. However, in terms of the midterm exam, these students who didn't have the courage to disembark would undoubtedly fail. The blood-eyed king ape let out a thunderous roar, pounding its chest with its fists. Noticing Qin Yanan's hesitation, I confidently reassured her, "Yanan, you're the only 5-star Beastmaster we have. You should take on the blood-eyed king ape. Leave the rest to us."
All right.
Qin Yanan, though worried about me, trusted in my abilities. The blood-eyed king ape was a transcendent stage, tier 3 beast, just one step away from becoming a beast king. Such a formidable creature could only be taken on by a 5-star Beastmaster. The situation was dire, but everyone knew their roles. Qin Yanan led the Skysong Guild members in a coordinated assault on the blood-eyed king ape. Lightning crackled and thunder roared. A 3-tailed fox appeared atop the train's engine, its entire body crackling with electricity. The tips of its 3 tails each unleashed an electric orb, all 3 striking the blood-eyed king ape square in the chest. The blood-eyed king ape howled in pain as the electricity scorched its chest, the shock paralyzing it from
head to toe.
Under the intense electrical assault, the ape rolled its eyes back in pain. This lightning-wielding fox was Qin Yanan's go-to beast, the 3-tailed thunder fox. At the level of strength, the 3-tailed thunder fox is a transcendent stage, tier 3 beast, on par with the blood-eyed king ape. While Qin Yanan and the others focused all their energy on dealing with the blood-eyed king ape, my classmates and I had to contend with the overwhelming horde of blood-eyed spirit monkeys. The gorge was home to a substantial number of these blood-eyed spirit monkeys, and they all surged onto the bridge, attacking the rear of the train. From what I can see, there are over 200 blood-eyed spirit monkeys. This midterm exam is going to be the death of me. Mom, I want to go home. Fear is the greatest enemy in battle. These students, most of whom were under 20, had never faced such a massive group of magical beasts before, so it was only natural for them to be frightened before the fight even began. However, I didn't scold them. Instead, I used my deep, resonant voice to encourage them. Forget that this is just a midterm exam. What will happen when we graduate and face a real battlefield? Will we surrender before the fight even begins? Xingyu, it's easy for you to say, but we could die out here, one of the students retorted. I turned to look at a freckled boy. I remember you, you're Ding Tao, the second highest scorer in our class in theoretical studies. Of course, the highest scorer was me. A theoretical knowledge is useless here. We have less than 50 people in our class, and there are over 200 blood-eyed spirit monkeys. How are we supposed to win? It's a suicide mission. I smiled calmly. Ding Tao, you can go back to the train. Fine, I will. Ding Tao snipped. Before you go, though, you'll have to shout 3 times, I, Ding Tao, am not a Beastmaster. Ding Tao's face turned pale, and he bit his dry lips until they bled. Fine, I'll shout it. I, Ding Tao, am not a Beastmaster. I, Ding Tao, am not a Beastmaster.
Oui, Ding Tao.
Under the watchful eyes of his classmates, Ding Tao's face turned bright red. Damn it, just one more shout and I could go back to the train, he thought. I don't want to die in this.
Go for second place.
But my throat feels like it's stuck. It would have taken less than 3 seconds to shout those words, but Ding Tao couldn't bring himself to say them. I looked around at everyone and yelled, anyone else who wants to go back to the train, shout 3 times.
No.
At that moment, the most timid girl in the class raised her right hand and activated her Beastmaster seal. She was usually very timid and was at the bottom of the class in terms of performance. But at this moment, she chose to summon her beast and fight. One by one, the others followed suit, activating their Beastmaster seals, and soon, each of them was surrounded by their respective beasts. As the monkey horde approached, I shouted, fight. This was not just a midterm exam, it was also the first time that Class 1 of Azure Dragon Academy had fought together as a team. Facing the mature blood-eyed spirit monkeys, these inexperienced students couldn't help but feel nervous. But with my encouragement, they fought to overcome their fear and displayed a youthful fighting spirit. I reminded them, don't forget, as long as you kill one mature stage magical beast, you'll get a C grade. Everyone shouted in unison, fight for a grade. The passing grade served as the greatest motivation for the students to throw themselves into battle. Songhu channeled his spiritual energy, and his violent bull demon took the lead, charging into the overwhelming horde of blood-eyed spirit monkeys with heavy strides. My bull will tank the damage. Everyone else, do your best. The greatest strength of the violent bull demon lay in its defense, which far surpassed that of other beasts. It could also increase the health recovery of nearby allies by 10%. One by one, the blood-eyed spirit monkeys swarmed in, but the violent bull demon, using its massive body like a wall, single-handedly blocked the onslaught of 5 of them. Brothers, don't let Songhu bear all the burden.
Let's go too.
My beast is a defense type too, count me in. Screw it, if we die, 20 years later we'll just be back as another good man.
Let's do this.
In a previous practical training class, Qin Qinian had mapped out different career paths for every student. In Class 3. Now, the tank team, led by Songhu, summoned their high defense beasts, forming a solid front line that withstood the monkeys' assault. I began issuing commands. Archers, take your positions. Begin long-range attacks. The students in Class 3 treated me as their anchor, following every one of my orders. Those with long-range attack capabilities hid behind the defensive line and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Ice arrows rained down, and flaming projectiles traced perfect arcs through the air, striking the rear of the monkey horde with precision. Allow Wu, control the battlefield. Wu Xingyu's designated role was a mage, and his beast, the storm butterfly, could inflict large-scale frost damage. The storm butterfly soared into the sky, its broad wings scattering fine blue powder that covered the entire bridge. The blue powder seeped into the blood-eyed spirit monkey's skin, triggering a freezing effect. Some monkeys were instantly turned into ice sculptures, while others with stronger resistance slowed down significantly. This gave me the perfect opportunity. A black blade. Awu. The hellhound charged to my side, opening its jaws wide as flames built up deep in its throat. As I channeled my energy, the hellhound unleashed a fire lotus. The fire lotus spun faster and faster, growing larger and more powerful. The Hellfire Lotus, a technique that had once dominated the Supernova Tournament, was as terrifyingly powerful as ever. When the Hellfire Lotus reached its peak size, it landed right in the middle of the monkey horde and exploded. Boom! The explosion thundered through the air, and black fire waves radiated outwards, as dazzling as fireworks. In the sky, in the murky air, a red-black mist lingered, demonic energy, the essence of demonic power.
A Hellfire Lotus, that's insane.
Brother, you truly lives up to being the Supernova champion. By the heavens, this one move wiped out over 50 blood-eyed spirit monkeys. Amidst the carnage lay the charred remains of 52 blood-eyed spirit monkeys, reduced to ash by the Hellfire. As the wind blew, only green magical beast cores remained. Everyone, this wasn't just my doing. It was your combined efforts that weakened the enemy's health, allowing me to deliver the final blow and wipe them out in one go. So, your strength is far greater than you imagined, isn't it? Each of my words served as the greatest encouragement to all the examinees. Even my mere presence could bring a sense of reassurance to those around me. I then turned around, scanning the faces of each student. If any of you are still cowards, you can shout 3 times, "I am not a Beastmaster," and go back to the train.
No, I won't back down.
Brother, I want to keep fighting. Even though I got hit by a dead monkey's tail earlier, I'm not going to retreat with just a minor injury. The courage and fighting spirit of humanity always accumulate and erupt during battle. After the first round of fighting, the confusion in the eyes of these young and inexperienced boys and girls had been replaced by resolute determination.
Brother, watch out behind you.
I was standing near the railing of the bridge when a cunning blood-eyed spirit monkey suddenly climbed over the railing from below, launching a sneak attack on my back. The speed of the blood-eyed spirit monkey's ambush was too fast for anyone to react. Its fist was already coming down hard towards me. Swish, swish, swish. At that critical moment, strands of flexible spider silk cut through the air. I turned around, and the blood-eyed spirit monkey's fist was only 10 centimeters away from my face. But those mere 10 centimeters were a distance the blood-eyed spirit monkey could not cross, as its fist was tightly wrapped in layers of thick spider silk. Its feet were also glued to the ground, unable to move. Hanging upside down above the bridge was a bright red spider. The spider was the size of a Mercedes-Benz, with a pair of purple eyes gleaming with an eerie glow. Its tail had 3 pairs of spinners, each spraying different types of silk, inflicting various effects on its enemies. A red shadow spider? Isn't that Ding Tao's beast?
A Ding Ta, he.
Everyone turned to look at the rear of the train. Ding Tao was leaning against the train car door, unable to complete the phrase, "I'm not a Beastmaster," and thus did not return to the train.
I smiled and asked, "Changed your mind?"
"Shut up. The web can't hold much longer." Ding Tao was sweating profusely, shouting at the top of his lungs. The blood-eyed spirit monkey was powerful, roaring as it broke one strand of silk after another. When the last strand snapped, the blood-eyed spirit monkey finally freed itself from the web's constraints. It opened its mouth wide, ready to devour me whole. Swish! A flash of holy light passed, and a glowing sword pierced through the blood-eyed spirit monkey's skull. The light in its eyes dimmed, and it fell backward into the river, creating waves that eventually subsided, leaving no trace. The four-winged holy angel reformed a glowing sword in her hand, her stunningly beautiful face showing no trace of emotion. Killing a blood-eyed spirit monkey was effortless for her. As the scent of blood filled the air, the dormant beasts in the canyon began to awaken. The cries of apes, the roars of tigers, and the chirping of birds. All these sounds blended into a terrifying waltz. "As Xiao Xingyu, there are too many monsters. We can't win." "How do you know we can't win if we haven't fought?" Ding Tao hesitated to speak. "Ding Tao, I'll say it again, you can return to the train as long as you shout 3 times.
Enough.
I am a Beastmaster." Ding Tao clenched his fists and shouted loudly. I nodded in satisfaction. Since you are a Beastmaster, then do what a Beastmaster should do next." Gritting his teeth, Ding Tao nodded firmly.
"All right, Xiao Xingyu, I'll bet my life and stand by you in this fight."
At the front of the train, the battle grew more intense. Qin Yanran and the other guild members were fiercely attacking the super beast blood-eyed king ape. Amid the fight, they kept an eye on the rear of the train. "A Captain Qin, these examinees are pretty good. At least they have the courage to fight." "Yes, and they have discipline. I thought these kids would be like headless chickens, but they're working together really well." Qin Yanran's gaze lingered on me. "The reason these kids are working so well as a team is because of my brother Xingyu's excellent leadership. I was acting as the battlefield commander, and every word I spoke not only boosted morale but also helped the examinees quickly establish a sense of teamwork. A Captain Qin, the bridge seems to be shaking a lot.
There's something moving underwater. This is bad."
Suddenly, the previously calm water beneath the bridge swelled dramatically. A massive creature burst out of the water. At that moment, my classmates and I had just finished dealing with another wave of monsters. But then, a giant serpent suddenly emerged from the water, a rose-colored crown perched atop its head, adding to its menacing and regal presence. This is bad, it's a fully evolved Stage 1 beast, the crowned forest python. Ding Tao, the second-ranked student in the first year's 3rd class, in terms of theoretical knowledge, immediately recognized the monster. He had spent countless nights in the Qinglong Academy library, burning the midnight oil to memorize page after page of beast encyclopedias. The moment the crowned forest python broke through the surface of the water, Ding Tao knew exactly what it was. The crowned forest python is a fully evolved beast with immense attack power and defense. By standard logic, dealing with a fully evolved beast would require a Beastmaster of at least 3-star rank. However, most of the examinees participating in this midterm exam were only 2-star Beastmasters, with some underperformers still stuck at 1 star. The crowned forest python was infamous in the 5 Poison Gorge area as the king of ambush. It typically lay dormant in the Black River water, making no sound. Whenever a train passed over the bridge, it would suddenly leap out of the water, opening its massive jaws to snap the bridge in 2. If the bridge broke, the train would plunge into the river. Everyone on the train would then become food for the crowned forest python.
A Captain Qin, it's the crowned forest python. It's a fully evolved beast. Xingyu and the others aren't at the 3-star level, they won't stand a chance. Damn, we can't spare anyone to help. The blood-eyed king ape suddenly went berserk, pounding its chest frantically. The shockwaves from its roars echoed through the gorge, causing paralysis and dizziness to the guild members' beasts. Everything happened too quickly. Qin Yanran couldn't even think about sending support to the examinees. At the rear of the train, in the blink of an eye, the crowned forest python had fully emerged from the water. Its massive, over 100-meter long body writhed in midair, triggering the deepest fears of anyone with a phobia of giant creatures. The crowned forest python's eyes blazed with greed as it opened its jaws wide. As the story progresses, the situation becomes increasingly critical. The crowned forest python's razor-sharp fangs are now just inches away from severing the bridge. If the bridge breaks, the train will inevitably plunge into the river below, risking the loss of both the precious military supplies destined for Huangyan City and the lives of everyone on board. In my mind, I hear Medusa's voice. "A master, do you need me to intervene?" Given Medusa's power, she could easily suppress the crowned forest python without revealing her true identity simply by using the bloodline of the Calamity Serpent. "There's no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut," I reply, declining Medusa's offer. At that very moment, the crowned forest python's fangs are less than a meter away from the bridge. The examinees are paralyzed with fear, their minds blank.
Freya.
A flash of holy light streaks across the sky as I channel a massive amount of spiritual energy, creating a telepathic bond between me and my beast. The four-winged holy angel dives from the sky, her long, graceful leg lashing out in a swift kick aimed directly at the crowned forest python's weak spot. Holy crap, a lightspeed kick. I saw this move in the live broadcast of the Supernova Tournament. That's right, it's the advanced holy attribute combat technique Light Flash. Light Flash is the signature move of the four-winged holy angel. In the blink of an eye, she unleashes a kick at nearly the speed of light, targeting the enemy's vital point. This technique is simple, direct, and devastatingly effective, cutting through any flashy defenses with sheer brute force. Asterisk boom. 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 Boom asterisk. The sound of explosions echoes 12 times, nearly shattering everyone's eardrums and appending their understanding of what is possible. As the smoke clears, everyone is left in stunned silence. With that single kick, the four-winged holy angel has obliterated the crowned forest python's head. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, the now headless body of the crowned forest python collapses like a deflated balloon, falling lifelessly into the river below. Stern splash, Stern. Water sprays everywhere as the python's corpse sinks, and the river returns to its previous, eerie calm as if nothing had happened. The bridge remains intact, and both the train and its cargo are safe. Although the smoke has cleared, the air is still filled with countless shimmering particles of light. These floating particles of light seem to form some kind of pattern. Let me count, there are 12 patterns. They look like constellation totems.
This is the zodiac.
The light particles in the air form the connected patterns of the 12 constellations, creating a grand and mysterious spectacle. Not only that, but the clear blue sky above seems to flicker with something, as if stars from outer space are reflecting off one another. The four-winged holy angel, bathed in holy light, exudes an otherworldly beauty that is almost divine. Qin Yanran is deeply shocked, goosebumps rising uncontrollably on her arms. This is the power of the stars. A Captain Qin Xingyu's beast has mastered the power of the stars? Guess S-level beast ability?
This is unbelievable.
The power of the stars is an extremely rare and special force, even more elusive than the power of demons. In general, whether it's a beast or a spirit beast, it usually takes reaching the Beast King level or higher before there's even a slim chance of awakening such a power, and the probability is extremely low. However, the four-winged holy angel's current level is only at the mature stage, Tier 1, far from the Beast King level. But the aura emanating from the four-winged holy angel at this moment is unmistakably the power of the stars. Ayupai, your spirit beast is amazing. It took down the crowned forest python in a single move. I thought there was something wrong with my eyes. The crowned forest python is a fully evolved beast. And it was taken down by a mature stage angel. For the uninformed it was just a spectacle, but for those in the know, it was a revelation. Ding Tao, trying to steady his nerves, swallowed hard. This ability to resonate with the stars and incorporate the power of the 12 constellations into battle techniques is an SS-level beast ability, the power of the stars. Ding Tao's theory exam scores are always second only to mine, and he's ranked second in the entire grade. For a reason. By observing the finer details on the battlefield, he determined that the four-winged holy angel had mastered the power of the stars. In the system of spirit beasts and beasts, there is something known as beast abilities. These are graded as A, S, SS, and SSS. Most spirit beasts of average potential will never awaken a beast ability in their lifetime. Awakening a beast ability starts at grade A. The Hell Underworld Wolf's demonic power is an S-level beast ability. The four-winged holy angel's power of the stars is an SS-level beast ability. Beast abilities are gradually unlocked as the spirit beast levels up. After the initial shock subsided, everyone was still a bit on edge. Is that crowned forest python really dead? Could it still resurface? Soon, a blue beast core floated to the surface, rolling with the small waves. This was the beast core of the crowned forest python. Seeing this, everyone finally relaxed because when a beast core is expelled, it means the beast is truly dead. The four-winged holy angel flew over the water, picked up the beast core, and returned to my side. I grinned, gently stroking the four-winged holy angel's hair. Freya, you've worked hard. A fully evolved beast core is quite valuable and can be used for future market transactions. With the crowned forest python defeated, the crisis on our end was resolved. Yenran, don't worry about us, just focus on taking down the blood-eyed great ape. Hearing my shout, Qin Yenran snapped back to focus, her eyes showing a renewed determination. Everyone, let's go. Let's take down this big guy. The members of the Soaring Sky Guild were all experienced and had built strong camaraderie through countless battles. With everyone working together to keep the blood-eyed great ape at bay, its body began to show more and more wounds. Feeling the pain from its injuries, the blood-eyed great ape went berserk, losing its sense of reason. When a beast loses its reason, it exposes its weaknesses. Qin Yenran, with her sharp tactical sense, channeled her spiritual energy. Sensing its master's intent, the three-tailed thunder fox leaped high into the air and unleashed a massive thunderball from its mouth. The thunderball streaked through the sky and struck the blood-eyed great ape right in the abdomen. Being pregnant, the abdomen was the blood-eyed great ape's greatest weakness. As soon as the thunderball hit the blood-eyed great ape, its agonized scream echoed through the canyon. The thunderball rapidly expanded, like a runaway hot air balloon, until it reached its maximum size and then exploded with a loud bang. Lightning illuminated the sky, with blue currents sketching grand and irregular outlines like a painter's brush strokes showcasing an abstract beauty. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the blood-eyed great ape's body was charred black, its fur singed, and the light in its eyes completely dimmed. Whoosh! Stern, Stern, splash, Stern, Stern. The blood-eyed great ape plunged into the river, its massive body sinking slowly. A member of the Soaring Sky Guild activated his spiritual energy, summoning an amphibious spirit beast, the sonic boom. Pelican. With a swift dive, the pelican plunged into the river. About a minute later, it resurfaced, flying back to the bridge with a beast core clenched in its beak. It was the beast core of the blood-eyed great ape, a super beast had fallen. Qin squad leader is truly worthy of being a 5-star Beastmaster, The veterans are amazing, a coordinated attack effortlessly took down a super beast. By the way, our class leader, Xiao Xingyu, is also incredibly strong, he just one-shot the crowned forest python. Qin Yenran immediately ordered, everyone, get back on the train quickly. The number of beasts inhabiting the canyon was overwhelming, there was no end to them. The river began to boil, with countless black shadows surfacing. Roars from various beasts echoed from the mountains on both sides. Everyone rushed back to the train as quickly as possible. The driver was dead, but fortunately, the Soaring Sky Guild had trained versatile members. One of them took over the driver's position in the front car. The train started moving again, with the cheerful whistle drowning out the roaring of the beasts. Within 10 seconds, the train successfully crossed the bridge, distancing itself from the 5 Poison Gorge left behind. On the bridge were countless ferocious beasts, futilely trying to chase the train until they had to give up due to exhaustion, venting their frustration through helpless fury. Inside the carriage, the dust-covered students sighed with relief and then burst into cheers, both to celebrate their survival and to mark their passing grades. Qin Yanran held the grading sheet in her hand, a satisfied smile on her face. According to Qinglong Academy's regulations, to pass the exam you need to achieve AC rating. Killing one mature stage beast or assisting in 2 kills counts as passing, earning you AC rating. Everyone who participated in the battle at the 5 Poison Gorge meets this standard. As soon as Qin Yanran finished speaking, the students erupted in joy, disregarding their injuries as they jumped around celebrating their success. However, during the battle at the 5 Poison Gorge, some students didn't get off the train, Qin Yanran added, prompting a few students to lower their heads, their eyes filled with tears and disappointment. I understand your feelings, it's human nature to feel fear when facing beasts, she continued. But this isn't a survival exam for humans, it's a Beastmaster exam. So, these students will be considered as having failed. Please disembark at the next station, ending your journey here. Qin Yanran was firm in her decision, giving no exceptions. Out of the 50 students in the class, 12 did not participate in the battle. These 12 would get off at the next station, leaving the midterm exam with a failing grade. Qin Yanran took a sip of lemon water to clear her throat before continuing with the results announcement. Up to this point, some of you have performed exceptionally well. Wu Xingyu Songhu rating B. Ding Tao grade A. In the previous battle, Wu Xingyu and Songhu performed admirably, earning AB rating for their kills and assists. However, Ding Tao's performance outshone them, with a remarkable 50 assists. A high number of assists indicates strong battle intelligence and a good sense of the bigger picture. Ding Tao, who spent countless weekends in the library studying various beasts, applied his theoretical knowledge in practice, helping his teammates secure 50 blood-eyed spirit apes. A great job, Ding Tao, I complimented him. Boss, stop teasing me. The only reason I got 50 assists is because of you, Ding Tao responded, now addressing me as boss. In his eyes, I had earned that title. During the battle, Ding Tao stuck close to me. His spirit beast, the red shadow spider, was a control type with limited offensive capabilities. After the red shadow spider immobilized enemy units with its web, I could easily finish them off. Despite this being our first time working together, our teamwork was surprisingly seamless. And next, I'm going to announce a student who achieved an S rating, Qin Yanran continued, and everyone turned their gaze toward me. That's right, the student with an S rating is Xiao Xingyu. As Qin Yanran revealed my score, the entire group erupted in cheers, more excited than if they had earned the S rating themselves. The carriage was filled with applause and shouts, a clear sign of the respect they had for me. As Xiao Xingyu, in the Battle of the 5 Poison Gorge, single-handedly defeated a fully evolved beast, the Crowned Forest Python, killed 103 blood-eyed spirit apes, and assisted in 36 more. This S rating was solid and well-deserved, with no one disputing it. Qin Yanran added, just a reminder, these are not your final grades. Qin squad leader, if we perform even better in the next battle, can our ratings go up? One of the students asked. That's correct. Your rating can improve based on your future performance, Qin Yanran confirmed, her tone suddenly becoming more serious as she put away her smile. However, your rating can also drop, she warned. If you make mistakes in the next battle, your score might decrease instead of going up. The students' smiles vanished at the thought of their scores dropping, their attention now fully on Qin Yanran. Your final grade will depend on how well you do from now on, she emphasized. After finishing her official duties, Qin Yanran approached me, her eyes filled with curiosity. Xingyu, your angel-type spirit beast awakened an SS-level beast ability, the power of the stars. It seems you have quite a knack for nurturing your spirit beasts, she remarked. You're too kind, Yanran, I replied modestly. But I have a question. Even with the power of the stars, the four-winged holy angel is still only a mature stage spirit beast. How could it possibly one-shot a fully evolved beast like the Crowned Forest Python? She asked, puzzled. I leaned in close to Qin Yanran and whispered, the power of the stars has a special attribute, a low chance of triggering a tenfold critical hit. I know that, but how can you predict when the four-winged holy angel will trigger a tenfold critical hit? She inquired. I smiled mischievously. I can predict it. With the power of the demonic eye, I could foresee the timing of the tenfold critical hit. You little devil. Qin Yanran muttered. As so, for me, even a fully healthy crowned forest python was within my kill range. I declared confidently. Qin Yanran took a deep breath, her hair standing on end. An instant kill at full health? My brother is truly a monster. The train continued at a steady pace, surrounded by an endless expanse of wilderness with no sign of any beasts. The announcement came over the speakers. We've entered a safe zone, everyone can relax. As the time approached dusk, the train was bathed in the cold glow of the setting sun, its metal shell painted a vivid, blood-red color. Everyone gathered in Car 8 to unwind, enjoying some snacks and treats, along with a cup of hot lemon tea for each person. Qin Yanran sat beside me, offering me part of the bread she was holding. Yanran, I'm not hungry. Don't be silly. You didn't eat lunch earlier, I saw you give your meal to Songhu. Unable to refuse her kindness, I accepted the toast from Qin Yanran and began to eat it. Slow down, don't choke. Noticing some crumbs on my lips, Qin Yanran took out a tissue and gently wiped my mouth. With everyone watching, even I felt a bit awkward. Yanran, I can do it myself. I'm not a little kid. In my eyes, you are a little kid. Open your mouth, let Big Sis feed you. Qin Yanran, who usually had the demeanor of a strong, commanding figure, showed a softer, nurturing side around me. She fed me sips of lemon tea, her maternal instinct shining through. Xingyu, I'm not just saying this to flatter you. With your ability to single-handedly defeat a fully evolved beast like the crowned forest python, you're already at the level of a 3-star Beastmaster. Qin Yanran's words were actually an understatement. In reality, it would take an average 3-star Beastmaster at least 30 rounds to bring down a beast like the crowned forest python, and even then, their beast would be badly injured. But for me, my four-winged holy angel took it down with a single blow, defying all logical expectations. Yanran, after this midterm exam, I don't plan on taking the 3-star Beastmaster test. My statement left Qin Yanran momentarily stunned. Did I hear that right? You've already surpassed the 3-star level, why? Because I plan to skip the 3-star test and go straight for the 4-star Beastmaster exam. My words left Qin Yanran in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. It took her a while to regain her composure. Are you serious, Xingyu? I smiled and nodded. Qin Yanran took a deep breath to steady herself, her mind racing. If anyone else said that, I'd think they were dreaming. But since it's coming from you, I have no reason not to believe it. After all, you've always been the one to make the impossible possible, constantly redefining what we thought was achievable. Qin Yanran praised me highly, wrapping an arm around my shoulder, her expression full of pride and affection. I've already mapped out my plan. After this midterm exam, I'll spend another month honing my skills before attempting the 4-star Beastmaster exam. As we continued chatting, Qin Yanran's eyes began to shine with excitement. Xingyu, with your limitless potential, when you become successful, don't forget about your sister. Don't worry, I won't forget you, Yanran. And even when you get married, you still can't forget about me. Of course. Qin Yanran, still feeling uncertain, held my hand tightly, a sudden thought crossing her mind. No, I'm still worried. What if you get married and forget all about me? What do you suggest then? I asked, my face flushing. Qin Yanran grinned mischievously. How about this? When you get married, why don't you marry your sister? Along with your wife? I was completely taken aback, my face turning even redder. Cough, Yanran, don't joke like that. I'm not joking at all. You're such an outstanding man, it's only right that you marry multiple wives. That way, you can pass on your extraordinary genes for the betterment of the Dragon Kingdom. Well. I stammered, feeling unusually shy and my face heating up. Seeing me so flustered, Qin Yanran decided to take things further. She pulled my head down into her ample chest. Xingyu, you can see for yourself, I've got a great figure and a nice, round bottom. You know what they say, a wide bottom is good for bearing children, she continued with a playful grin. You don't have to worry, I'll give you plenty of strong sons to contribute to the population growth plan of the Dragon Kingdom. Buried in the softness of Qin Yanran's chest, I felt my heart race uncontrollably. Asterisk, good grief, Yanran's figure is out of this world. She's got to be at least a 36D asterisk. Asterisk, hang in there, Xingyu. You can't afford to get a nosebleed now, asterisk. Caught between the overwhelming sensation and the sheer mental effort to stay composed, I silently chanted a calming mantra, but it didn't seem to help much. Meanwhile, Wu Xingyu and Songhu were whispering to each other nearby.
Oh, Wu, let's make a bet?
Sure thing. I bet the first child will look like the dad. I'll take that bet. I say the first one will look like the mom.
Double or nothing, let's bet on who the second kid will resemble.
As the sun set and night enveloped the sky, the train arrived at a station named Crescent Lake. After stopping, everyone disembarked to rest at a lounge near the platform. Qin Yanran announced, the train will be stopping here for 30 minutes. Everyone, take this time to rest. She then added, if any of your beasts were injured during the last battle, make sure to get them treated by the beast doctor as soon as possible. The beast doctor accompanying the Zhangqiong guild on this trip was none other than Linyu, the same person I had an argument with earlier on the train. Dr. Lin, my beast has a broken rib.
Dr. Lin, we need your help over here.
Dr. Lin. The battle in 5 Poison Gorge had ended without casualties, but many of the beasts were injured. Given that the beasts in the gorge were all of the poison attribute, any wound inflicted by them left the victim poisoned. At that moment, Linyu was performing acupuncture on a red armor lion. The tools he used for this procedure were intimidating given the beast's tough skin and scales. The needles were at least 20 centimeters long, designed to penetrate the thick hide and stimulate the appropriate pressure points. Sternrohr, Stern. The red armor lion suddenly let out a sharp cry, its face contorting in pain. Dr. Lin, you're pressing too hard, it's bleeding, protested Li Lele, a classmate of mine, unable to bear seeing the beast suffer. But Linyu seemed unfazed, continuing his rough treatment, driving needle after needle into the beast's flesh. The red armor lion roared in agony, but with its limbs restrained by specialized medical equipment, it was helpless to resist Linyu's unrelenting needles. Li Lele couldn't bear it any longer and shouted, Dr. Lin, you're going too far. Are you treating my beast or torturing it? Linyu glanced at Li Lele with a sneer, his tone dripping with condescension. And who here is the beast?
Doctor, you or me?
I don't mean that, Li Lele protested. But can you be more gentle when you do the acupuncture? My beast is already injured, and you're being so rough. Linyu intentionally pressed the needle harder. The red armor lion let out a louder wail, making it clear how much pain it was in.
Dr. Lin, stop it.
Listen, I'm the professional here, Linyu snapped. Applying more pressure is necessary to stimulate the correct pressure points and help your beast recover faster. But every time you insert the needle, it bleeds. Annoyed, Linyu barked, you're an amateur who knows nothing.
Get out of my way.
Li Lele, just a student, recoiled at Linyu's harsh words, not daring to argue further. But watching her beast cry out in pain brought tears to her eyes. Dr. Lin, your technique is awful. That last needle not only missed the pressure point but also punctured the diaphragm in the red armor lion's chest cavity. Linyu paused, looking up to see me approaching.
Xingyu, what nonsense are you spouting? He demanded.
I'm saying your medical skills are terrible, got it? Whack, doctor. At that moment, Linyu had been deliberately causing more harm than good to my classmate's beast.
He
had punctured the red armor lion's diaphragm, turning a minor injury into a serious one. Seeing this, I couldn't help but mock him as a quack. A quack?
You're calling me a quack?
Linyu fumed, ready to explode at me, but Qin Yanran arrived just in time.
Oh, what's all the noise about?
Leader Qin, your beloved brother doesn't know how to respect his seniors.
He just called me a quack.
Lin. You complained. Qin Yanran walked over to me and whispered, Xingyu, what's going on? Yanran, Linyu's medical skills are atrocious. His acupuncture was rough, he couldn't find the correct pressure points, and he even damaged the muscle tissue near the wound. Qin Yanran nodded, her trust in me unwavering. Linyu, step aside and let Xingyu treat the red armor lion.
Leader Qin, a step aside.
Qin Yanran's icy gaze and firm tone left no room for argument. Linyu clenched his teeth in frustration, stepping back with a resentful glare aimed at my back. Boss, my beast is bleeding nonstop.
Will it? Lele, don't worry.
As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to your beast.
Alright, I'm counting on you, boss.
Lele chose to trust me, crouching beside her beast to comfort it. I first sterilized the acupuncture needles with alcohol, then began the treatment. Unlike Linyu's crude methods, each of my needle insertions was steady and precise, with the calm demeanor of a true master healer. 7 silver needles were inserted into different pressure points, and I carefully twisted them to stimulate the corresponding areas. Throughout the entire procedure, the red armor lion didn't make a sound. Its previously panicked eyes softened, and it even began to relax, as if enjoying the treatment. 3 minutes passed. Lilele wiped away her tears and excitedly shouted, "The bleeding has stopped, thank goodness." As I removed the silver needles, the red armor lion stood up, shook its head, and spat out a mouthful of clotted blood. With that, the red armor lion was back to its lively self, prancing around me and even raising its front paws in a gesture of thanks to its savior. The surrounding crowd burst into applause. "Boss, you're amazing. I didn't know you could do acupuncture for beasts too. And no wonder you were specially recruited by the Sky Vault Guild as a consultant healer."
I'm convinced.
"Boss, my beast has a broken rib, can you treat it too?" With just a small demonstration of my medical skills, I had once again won over my classmates from Class 1 of the Azure Dragon Academy. In their eyes, I was the leader, someone they could look up to as their guide. An inspiration. Even the members of the Sky Vault Guild were full of praise for me.
Xingyu, your medical skills are incredible. Compared to you, Linyu is just a joke.
Linyu, you've seen it yourself. This is why you're not fit to be a consultant healer. If I were you, I'd be too ashamed to stay in the Sky Vault Guild. Linyu's face flushed with embarrassment. He knew that when it came to acupuncture, he was no match for me. To salvage his pride, Linyu issued a challenge. "Xingyu, do you remember our bet from earlier today?" "Of course." Linyu clapped his hands, his smile growing twisted. Good. Let's officially compete in our medical skills. If you lose, you'll leave the Sky Vault Guild and give up your position as a consultant healer.
But if I lose, I'll resign immediately and leave the Sky Vault Guild.
The stakes were clear, only one of us could remain in the guild. Qin Yanran showed no sign of worry in her eyes, she trusted her extraordinary brother completely. "Li Kai, summon your beast."
Yes.
Li Kai, Qin Yanran's most trusted deputy, was also a 5-star beast tamer like her. Activating his beast seal, Li Kai summoned a powerful beast from the Beastman class. This beast had the head of a brown bear and stood over 8 meters tall in a bipedal stance. A tuft of silver fur on its head gleamed under the moonlight like a sharp, compact dagger. This beast, named Silverblade Bear Warrior, was at the Transcendent level, Tier 1, and had an epic bloodline known for its immense strength. However, the Silverblade Bear Warrior was in a terrible state. It sat slumped on the ground, its eyes unfocused and breathing labored. Its left and right arms were stripped of fur, with its skin turning a dark purple-black, revealing white bones beneath large, exposed wounds. The pulsating flesh and sinew harbored numerous tiny, wriggling black parasites, all highly toxic. Qin Yanran explained to everyone, during the battle at 5 Venom's Gorge, the Silverblade Bear Warrior took a direct hit from the blood-eyed king ape to protect the train. That attack caused severe damage, with both arms poisoned and the nerves in the elbows necrotic. I examined the wounds on the Silverblade Bear Warrior's arms, activating the Eye of the Demon God. The toxins have already spread to the shoulder and neck area. We need to treat it immediately. Fortunately, I brought the green potion with me. Qin Yanran cast a cold glance at Linyu before looking at me with a tender expression. The medical competition between you two will be based on the treatment of the Silverblade Bear Warrior. Linyu, you will be responsible for treating the left arm of the Silverblade Bear Warrior. Xingyu, you'll be responsible for treating the Silverblade Bear Warrior's right arm. Lin Yu stepped forward first, positioning himself beside the Silverblade Bear warrior, his face brimming with confidence and arrogance. A Captain Qin, during the past 6 months I spent away, I not only assisted guild members in completing numerous bounty missions but also visited many renowned detoxification specialists along the way. With great effort, I developed this detoxification serum, which I've named Lin's Detox Serum. Lin Yu opened his bag and produced a vial filled with a bright red liquid. This serum contains extracts from over 100 different detoxifying herbs. It's gentle and skin-friendly, capable of neutralizing any toxin. Li Kai, clearly impatient, snapped, "Lin Yu, could you cut the crap? We're not here to listen to you brag." Lit. The results speak for themselves.
Watch and learn, Li Kai.
Lin Yu sneered, his demeanor smug as he used a syringe to inject the serum into the Silverblade Bear warrior's left arm. At first, the serum seemed to work. The wounds on the Silverblade Bear warrior's left arm began to heal, and the skin gradually lightened from a dark purple to a lighter shade, indicating that the serum was neutralizing the toxins. However, the improvement was short-lived. The Silverblade Bear warrior suddenly showed signs of severe discomfort.
What the hell?
Why is my beast rolling its eyes?
What's going on?
Is it having a seizure? 5 minutes after the serum was injected, the Silverblade Bear warrior began exhibiting adverse reactions. It started rolling its eyes, its body convulsing uncontrollably, and it even stumbled in a bizarre, erratic manner, with its paws forming odd, twisted shapes.
What is this, a seizure or a stroke?
Man, this bear's walking just like my uncle who's had a brain aneurysm. Li Kai glared furiously at Lin Yu. Lin Yu stammered, trying to explain, "Ahem, don't worry. All medicines have some side effects.
It's just a
minor reaction, nothing to worry about." But then... PFFFFFT.
Oh my god, that stinks.
Is that a fart or a biological weapon? I accidentally took a deep breath just now, and now I feel like I'm dying. The adverse reactions intensified. Besides the convulsions and rolling eyes, the Silverblade Bear warrior started passing gas. The stench was so powerful it could rival a lethal biological weapon. Li Kai grabbed Lin Yu by the collar.
You idiot.
You call this minor side effects?
It's more like a death sentence.
I couldn't stand watching any longer. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small, elegant green bottle. This is a universal antidote I developed 3 days ago. You can call it the little green bottle. Lin Yu scoffed, "A little green bottle? That looks like cough syrup mixed with water." A step aside. It's time for a real demonstration. I pushed Lin Yu aside and approached the Silverblade Bear warrior. Opening the little green bottle, I carefully applied the strange-smelling liquid to the wound on the Silverblade Bear warrior's right arm. Everyone, prepare to witness a miracle. I couldn't help but smirk confidently. The Silverblade Bear warrior's condition, aggravated by the serum, had reached a critical point. Its muscles were tense and its body convulsed as if possessed. However, as I approached, the Silverblade Bear warrior seemed to relax slightly. Though still in pain, its eyes softened and it appeared more docile. This is my natural affinity, no beast can resist this charm. I raised my hand and gently patted the head of the Silverblade Bear warrior, soothing the creature's fragile heart with a soft voice. There will be a slight burning sensation next. Just hold on for 1 minute. Beast-type creatures, like this one, are often more sentient than other types of beasts. The Silverblade Bear warrior seemed to understand my words, nodding its massive head in a show of trust. As the green liquid seeped into its skin, the Silverblade Bear warrior felt a burning sensation. The pain from the wound made this massive bear grimace, but because of its absolute trust in me, it didn't cause any commotion and obediently sat beside me. 1 minute later, a miracle began to unfold.
Everyone look.
The wound is healing so fast. The little green bottle that the boss developed is like a miracle drug, it works instantly. It's unbelievable. The rotten flesh is actually regenerating? The effect of the little green bottle was nothing short of miraculous. The wound on the Silverblade Bear warrior began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flesh that had been corroded by toxins, along with the decaying bones, began to regenerate within a minute. Gradually, the Silver Blade Bear warrior's right arm returned to its original state, with no trace of injury. The skin regained its normal color, indicating that the toxins had been completely eliminated. Li Kai, the master of the Silver Blade Bear warrior, was overjoyed. "A big bear, try moving your right arm." The Silver Blade Bear warrior raised its thick right arm, clenched its fist, and slammed it into the ground with force. A loud bang followed, leaving a 3-meter-wide crater in the cement floor. This scene left everyone in awe. Oh my god, the recovery effect is just incredible. In less than 3 minutes, the right arm that was almost crippled has fully recovered. This medicine is divine. Boss, you're like the reincarnation of Huatua. No, even Huatua couldn't compare to you. At this moment, the Silver Blade Bear warrior's left arm stood in stark contrast to its right arm. Qin Yanran approached, observing and making her judgment. The wound on the left arm is healing slowly, and the skin is still a pale purple, indicating that the toxins haven't been fully cleared. If you look closely, you'll notice that there are still poisonous parasites wriggling deep in the wound, which means that Lin Yu's serum couldn't effectively kill them. Captain Qin, Lin Yu tried to defend himself, but the facts spoke for themselves, so he wisely chose to remain silent. Qin Yanran then turned her attention to the right arm of the Silver Blade Bear warrior, her stern face softening into a smile. The recovery of the right arm is excellent. Judging by the skin color, all the toxins have been removed. The wound has healed 100% with no scarring and no lasting effects. Qin Yanran stepped forward and made a high-profile announcement. "I declare that in this medical competition, Xingyu has won completely." Thunderous applause followed as everyone showered me with respect and admiration. In this era of Beast Masters, a skilled healer is more revered than even some high-level Beastmasters, enjoying widespread adulation. I showed no sign of joy on my face. Instead of basking in the applause, I walked over to the Silver Blade Bear warrior's left side. Without hesitation, I emptied the remaining contents of the little green bottle, applying the liquid to the wound on the Silver Blade Bear warrior's left arm. 3 minutes later, the left arm of the Silver Blade Bear warrior had fully recovered, just like the right arm. The toxins were completely cleared, and the newly grown muscle and skin were even firmer and more robust. Even if Qin Yanran didn't serve as a judge and announce the results, the effectiveness of the green vial compared to Lin Yu's serum was clear to everyone. The crowd could see that my medical skills were far superior to Lin Yu's. Li Kai threw an arm around my shoulder, his rough voice full of excitement. Xingyu, my brother, you truly deserve to be the special pharmacist of our Zhangxiong Guild. To show my gratitude, I'm treating you to a big meal when we get back. The Silver Blade Bear warrior, fully recovered and in high spirits, nudged me with its large head, showing its affection and gratitude. Qin Yanran gave Lin Yu a cold look. "Do you have anything to say now?" Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lin Yu's face turned red with shame. He was so embarrassed that he wished he could disappear into the ground. Captain Qin," he began. Qin Yanran interrupted sternly. "According to the wager you made with Xingyu Xiao earlier, as of this moment, you are no longer a member of the Zhangxiong Guild." Panic-stricken, Lin Yu fell to his knees. "Captain Qin, I've worked diligently in the guild for years. Even if I haven't accomplished much, I've put in the effort. You can't be this heartless." "Li Kai." "Understood." Li Kai immediately understood Qin Yanran's intent. He stepped forward and forcibly removed the blue guild badge from Lin Yu's chest. Every guild has its own badge symbolizing membership. By removing Lin Yu's badge, it signified his expulsion from the Zhangxiong Guild. No. Lin Yu tried to grab it back, but Qin Yanran kicked him to the ground. Captain Qin, can't you give me one more chance?" Lin Yu pleaded desperately, hoping Qin Yanran would give him one last chance considering his long service to the guild. Qin Yanran looked down at the fallen Lin Yu with disdain, sneering, "Give you a chance? A year ago, you secretly colluded with the Jinlong Guild in a transaction worth over 20 million. This February, you took an 8% kickback on a contract for purchasing medicinal ingredients. And in May, Qin Yanran listed Lin Yu's crimes one by one, enraging everyone. Li Kai was trembling with anger, his arm muscles bulging. Linyu, I didn't think you were this kind of
scumbag.
Qin Yanran sternly asked, everything I just said, is it true? Linyu's body went limp and his eyes lost their focus. At this point, it was impossible for him to stay in the Kengkyong Guild. I walked over, looking down at the fallen man with cold, disdainful eyes. Let's not even talk about how mediocre your medical skills are. Even if your medical skills were better than mine, with your character and morals, you would never be qualified to become a special pharmacist for the Zhangqiong Guild. Linyu lowered his head, laughing maniacally. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he suddenly lunged at me, revealing a syringe hidden in his sleeve. Just as the needle was about to reach me, a flash of holy light appeared. The four-winged holy angel stepped in front of me, catching the syringe in her hand. The syringe contained a red liquid filled with over 100 different monster viruses.
Linyu, you're asking for death.
Qin Yanran, known for fiercely protecting her younger brother, swiftly kicked Linyu, breaking 3 of his ribs. Linyu fell to the ground in a pitiful state, his uneven yellow teeth stained red by the blood rising from his throat.
Xingyu Xiao, it's all your fault. You ruined my life.
Just wait, this isn't over.
One day I will. Xing xing xing.
A cold gleam arrived first, followed by a sword as swift as a dragon.
Gah!
Linyu let out a horrific scream. In that split second, the light sword in the hand of the four-winged holy angel severed the tendons in Linyu's hands and feet. Linyu was thus rendered a cripple. Qin Yanran was first surprised, then showed a look of satisfaction. As expected of my extraordinary little brother, cutting weeds to eliminate the roots and leaving no room for future troubles. I wouldn't give an enemy any chance for revenge, always staying a step ahead. With Linyu dealt with, the train continued its journey forward. But when the train entered the White Bone Abyss, a place even more dangerous than the 5 poison Gorge, nothing happened. Is this White Bone Abyss a fake? Not even one undead beast? I suspect the White Bone Abyss is just a mirage, otherwise it couldn't be this quiet.
Captain Qin, what's going on here?
The fear on everyone's faces gradually turned to confusion. Qin Yanran also showed a puzzled expression as she turned to look out the window.
Bit strange, why aren't there any undead beasts?
I walked over to Qin Yanran's side.
Yanran, what's happening now?
Xingyu, based on my past experience escorting the No. 13 train, the White Bone Abyss always has undead beasts attacking the train. Qin Yanran bit her lip, deep in thought.
It's too weird.
Another 5 minutes passed. The train passed through the bridge and entered a safe area without any issues. I opened the window, leaned out, and looked back. The White Bone Abyss grew farther and farther away, eventually disappearing into the haze at the edge of my vision. Li Kai stubbed out his cigarette, frowning. I smoked 3 cigarettes and still couldn't figure out why there wasn't a single beast in the White Bone
Abyss.
Others chimed in.
The No.
13 trains safely passing through the White Bone Abyss? That used to be a ridiculous fantasy. It's so baffling. Something feels off. Could it be that undead beasts hibernate too? Everyone kept tossing out theories, trying to make sense of the situation. Qin Yanran exhaled a long breath. Though it's strange, it's also a good thing. We can save some energy and reach Huangyan City earlier. Captain Qin is right. Less trouble is better. Isn't it good that there weren't any beasts in the White Bone Abyss?
Yeah, we can finally get some decent rest before dawn.
No one dwelled too much on the oddity of the White Bone Abyss. They all relaxed, ready to enjoy a rare, peaceful night's sleep. Qin Yanran brought over a cup of hot lemon tea and sat down next to me. Xingyu, you seem to have something on your mind about the strangeness of the White Bone Abyss? I furrowed my brows. Sister Yanran, I have a bad feeling about this. The strange occurrence at Baigu Abyss likely has something more hidden behind it. Just then, a system notification sounded in my ear. Oding tilde. A special mission triggered. Achieve an SSS rating in this midterm exam. A mission reward. Random SSS grade beast energy crystal plus 20,000 points. My frown deepened. Passing through Baigu Abyss was supposed to be the best opportunity to increase our rating level. But we didn't encounter a single undead type beast. Logically, there's no chance to achieve an SSS rating in this exam, and even getting an SS rating seems difficult. The system issued this mission at such a time and the rewards are generous. I looked out the window, my deep gaze filled with concern. What exactly is going to happen next? It was 3 a.m., the dead of night. Attention, the train is about to pass through the Kunmi Mountain section where a large number of giant-type beasts are known to appear. All personnel should heighten their vigilance and prepare for battle. Wake up, we're almost at Kunmi Mountain. Holy crap, Kunmi Mountain. Director Chun warned us that Kunmi Mountain is one of the 5 great sacred mountains of the Dragon Kingdom and the valley is teeming with giant-type beasts over 100 meters tall. Everyone, stay awake and prepare for combat. Everyone heightened their alertness, secretly channeling their spiritual energy, ready for battle at any moment. I looked out the window at a towering mountain not far away. This mist-shrouded peak was none other than Kunmi Mountain, one of the 5 great sacred mountains of the Dragon Kingdom. Within this mountain, a tribe of giant-type beasts resided. Giant-type beasts, simply put, are mutated versions of beast-type creatures. Kunmi Mountain has a special pool of water, and any beast-type creature that drinks from it will undergo a mutation, causing its body to rapidly grow in size. When the height of a beast-type creature exceeds 100 meters, it is classified as a giant-type beast. Even if I haven't personally encountered one, I've seen enough footage online. In videos, deep within the mist of the mountain, massive dark shadows occasionally appear. These shadows are the giant-type beasts. When small humans stand at the feet of giant-type beasts, they may develop a fear of massive creatures, triggering a primal fear deep within their genes. Those with weaker mental fortitude might even develop psychological disorders from excessive fright. The students were all extremely nervous, too scared to look at the scenery outside the windows. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. Half an hour. During that entire half hour, everyone's nerves were taut, afraid that at any moment the black mist outside the windows would reveal the head of a giant-type beast. But nothing happened, just like when we passed through Baigu Abyss. The train is about to exit the Kunmi Mountain section. The broadcast announcement echoed through the train, leaving everyone confused and leading to a flurry of discussion. This is really strange. We're almost through Kunmi Mountain, and we haven't seen a single giant-type beast. The first Baigu Abyss, now Kunmi Mountain, both of these dangerous sections have higher threat levels than Wudu Gorge, yet we haven't encountered a single beast attack on the train. Captain Qin, with your extensive experience, have you ever encountered anything like this before? One of the students asked, their voice tinged with concern. Qin Yanran's expression turned slightly awkward as she faced the curious and anxious gazes of the students. This is actually the first time I've encountered something like this, she admitted. Over the past 2 years, Qin Yanran had escorted Train 13 over 100 times. During each of these trips, passing through Baigu Abyss and Kunmi Mountain always gave her headaches. Baigu Abyss was notorious for swarming with undead-type beasts, and Kunmi Mountain was teeming with giant-type beasts over 100 meters tall. It was no exaggeration to say that a single fully evolved giant-type beast could flatten Train 13 with just one stomp. However, during this trip, as the train passed through both Baigu Abyss and Kunmi Mountain, it smoothly traversed these perilous sections without encountering a single beast. It was bizarre, something beyond Qin Yanran's experience and everyone's understanding. My expression darkened as I contemplated the situation. There's a saying that goes, if something unusual happens, there's always a reason. Another 10 minutes passed and the train finally exited the Kunmi Mountain section. I leaned out to look through the window once more, watching the towering, mysterious peak gradually fade into the distance, swallowed by the darkness. While the students were puzzled by the situation, they were mostly relieved. Those who remained on the train had all survived the bloody battle in Wudu Gorge, with the lowest grades among them being AC, meaning they had passed the exam, successfully passing through the dangerous zones of Baigu Abyss and Kunmi Mountain without incident signaled that the midterm exam was nearing its conclusion. For the students, this was the best possible outcome. They had passed the exam and kept their lives. However, a cloud of unease hung over me as I kept my head down, deep in thought. My heart rate seems a bit irregular. This feeling is strange. An ominous sign. I had just triggered a special mission from the system. The mission felt like a warning bell, indicating that The journey's end was not the final destination but rather the prelude to a bloodbath. At 6 a.m., the broadcast chimed. Next stop, Tianlang Lake Station. Wu Xingyu perked up, excitement clear in his voice. Father Yu, according to the route map, Tianlang Lake Station is the second to last stop. Songhu grinned broadly. And Tianlang Lake Station is in a safe zone. The train won't be attacked by
beasts there.
I glanced at my phone's map, but my expression remained grim. The closer we get to the final destination, the stronger this sense of foreboding becomes. Qin Yanran's voice came through the broadcast, cutting through my thoughts. Everyone, please gather in Carriage 8. 5 minutes later, the students and members of the Skysong Guild had all gathered in Carriage 8. Qin. Yanran raised her hand and then pressed it down, signaling everyone to quiet down. I just received a temporary notice, she announced, her voice carrying authority and a hint of excitement. I have something important to announce. The chatter among the group ceased immediately as everyone strained to hear her next words. The next stop is Tianlang Lake Station. And our nation's princess, Shangguanqian, has just passed the 6-star Beastmaster exam. Her Highness will be boarding Train 13 at Tianlang Lake Station and traveling with us to our final destination, Huangyan City. Before Qin Yanran even finished her sentence, the carriage erupted into excited chatter. The princess? I've only ever seen her in newspapers and on TV, she's an absolute beauty. This trip just became worth it getting to see the princess in person. Zhangwei, what are you preening for? I'm going to fix my hair and greet the princess with my best look. Who knows, I might just get chosen as her consort. Although Zhang Wei's ability to handle his beast is quite lacking, his intelligence isn't. At least, he knows to attempt taking shortcuts in life. Shangguanlan only has one daughter, Shangguanqian. In Longguo, anyone who could marry Princess Shangguanqian and become the royal consort would ascend to the pinnacle of power, with the potential to wield immense influence in the future. I'm so excited, Godfather. We get to meet the princess. Aren't you excited? A tiger, calm down. The princess is just a person, not a deity. No, she's my goddess. Wu Xingyu, like Songhu, was equally thrilled but couldn't help but wonder, why would the princess appear in a place like Tianlang Lake, in the middle of nowhere? With a meticulous mind, I casually explained, behind Tianlang Lake is the Ligu Glacier, which is the testing site for the 6-star Beastmaster exam. I see. But why didn't the princess fly back to the royal capital after passing the 6-star exam? Why is she taking the train with us to Huangyan City? A Godfather, I'm with old Wu on this one. I don't understand the princess's choice either. I continued to patiently explain. Huangyan City is a crucial strategic fortress on Longgua's western border. Shangguanqian is the princess of Longgua with a noble status. Her personal visit to Huangyan City would bring comfort, hope, and renewed resolve to the soldiers and civilians guarding the borders. If I'm not mistaken, the princess's visit to Huangyan City is a task assigned by Empress Shangguanlan. I was right, Shangguanqian's inspection of Huangyan City was indeed on her mother's orders. Soon, the train began to decelerate and pulled up to the platform. Near the platform, a massive lake, shaped like the bright star Sirius, shimmered. This was Tianlang Lake Station, the second-to-last stop for Train 13. Behind Tianlang Lake lies a series of continuous glaciers known as the Ligu Glacier. Deep within these glaciers dwell powerful ice-type beasts like the frost-wind falcon, the freezing giant eagle, and the hailstorm mammoth. As the train came to a halt, the doors of Carriage 8 slowly opened. Look, everyone! It's the princess! The princess is so beautiful. Even more stunning than on TV. Don't fight me for the spot as her consort. I sat in a corner of the carriage, glancing out the window. The platform was crowded with people all gathered around a tall and graceful beauty. In the morning sunlight, she looked like a beautiful angel, radiating a captivating aura. Her long silky hair fluttered gently in the breeze. Her figure was lithe and elegant, with a perfectly shaped, delicate face that exuded grace and confidence. Her presence was mesmerizing, drawing attention wherever she went. This beauty was none other than Shangguanqian, the only daughter of Longgua's Empress Shangguan. Lan and the sole princess of Longua. In terms of appearance, Shangguanqian only bore a slight resemblance to her mother. However, their temperaments were strikingly similar, at least by 70%. Shangguanqian stood still, without needing to lift a hand to her hair or flash a smile. Yet she effortlessly commanded the attention of everyone around her, as if she were a radiant star in the night sky. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting her hair. A soft, gracious smile graced her beautiful face. Ah, indeed, she is very beautiful, I thought to myself, a rare compliment from someone as discerning as I am when it comes to evaluating women. Luckily, Murong Xinshin wasn't around. If she had heard that, she would definitely have felt a pang of jealousy. By Shangguanqian's side sat a Qilin, a mythical beast. The Qilin was about the size of a full-grown lion, not particularly large compared to other beasts. Its body was snow-white with scales as smooth and translucent as crystal. A single spiral horn, about 30 centimeters long, protruded from its forehead, gleaming with a sharp, cold light. This was the Ice Soul Qilin, Shangguanqian's favorite beast, a gift from Shangguan Lan on her 21st birthday. Shangguanqian had successfully passed the 6-star Beastmaster exam thanks to this beast, becoming a 6-star Beastmaster herself. To achieve such a rank at just over 20 years old is the mark of true genius. Shangguanqian lived up to her title as a princess, fulfilling the promise of her inherited talents. Qin Yanran stood at the entrance of the carriage, arms crossed, assuming the highest form of etiquette. The Qin Yanran of the Zhangqiong Guild welcomes Her Royal Highness. Shangguanqian was far more lively and spirited than people expected. A Captain Qin, you should say, Princess, please board the train. Guh. Princess, please board the train. Shangguanqian retracted the Ice Soul Qilin into her Beastmaster emblem and stepped onto the train. A princess, you're so beautiful. Can I get your autograph, princess? Please, princess, can we take a photo together? The students, meeting Shangguanqian for the first time, were each more excited than the last. Qin Yanran, trying to maintain order, had no choice but to escort Shangguanqian to the VIP carriage for some rest. In the VIP carriage, Qin Yanran, maintaining her composure, said, Your Highness, there's only one stop left until Huangyan City. It's about a 30-minute ride. Let me fetch you a glass of water. No. Qin Yanran paused, then heard Shangguanqian's ethereal and leisurely voice. I have Xiao Xingyu bring me the water. Qin Yanran's body trembled with surprise, her mind filled with questions. The princess specifically asked for Xingyu to bring her water? Do they know each other? Too curious to hold back, Qin Yanran cautiously asked, Forgive my boldness, Your Highness, but do you know Xiao Xingyu? Shangguanqian's poetic and graceful eyebrows twitched slightly as she maintained her elegant smile. You acknowledge it's bold, yet you still dare to ask? Qin Yanran felt as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. After all, the woman before her was the princess of Longua, not someone she could afford to offend. My apologies for overstepping. Qin Yanran bowed deeply in apology and left the VIP carriage. Back in carriage 15, Wu Shunyu and Song Hu were engrossed in discussing who might become the royal consort. A tiger, do you think the princess is beautiful? Old Wu, that's a no-brainer. The princess has the looks and the figure, she's like a youthful version of the Empress. Shangguan Lan, renowned as Longua's most beautiful woman, wasn't just celebrated for her status as Empress. Even without the royal title, her beauty was undeniably unmatched in Longua. As Shangguan Lan's daughter, Shangguanqian inherited only a fraction of her mother's looks, but even that was enough to make her breathtakingly stunning. I wonder who will be lucky enough to marry the princess. I think our godfather has a chance. I couldn't even be bothered to roll my eyes and coldly responded, If you two want to talk nonsense, leave me out of it. Father Yu, seriously, I think you and the princess would make a great couple. Yeah, if Father Yu really becomes the prince consort, then the princess would be our adoptive mother. And when the empress steps down, Father Yu will be the new emperor, and I, Wu Shunyu, will be the crown prince. What gives? I should be the crown prince. Watching Wu Shunyu and Song Hu wrestle over the crown prince title, I could only smile wryly too tired even to make a sarcastic remark. Qin Yanran walked into carriage 15. Xingyu. Sister Yanran, what's up? Qin Yanran leaned in close, whispering in my ear. Her Highness, the princess, has ordered you to bring her some water.
Why me? How should I know?
Spiel ze beans, you rascal.
What's your relationship with the princess?
I shook my head innocently. While I did have a special connection with Shangguan Lan, I had no prior interactions with Shangguan Qian. You better not be lying to me. Alright, don't just stand there. Get to the VIP carriage. In the VIP carriage, Shangguan Qian was sitting on a soft leather sofa, holding a document stamped with the dragon seal. I entered, carrying a cup of warm tea. As I lifted my head, I froze, momentarily lost in thought. It was only when up close that I truly realized the visual impact Shangguan Qian's beauty could have on a man. Shangguan Lan's beauty was ethereal, almost otherworldly, a mature elegance washed of all pretense. Shangguan Qian, on the other hand, was like a youthful version of Shangguan Lan, more innocent, more vibrant, and capable of stirring the hearts of young men, bringing back the feeling of a first love. How do you expect me to drink water from 8 Jiangha away? Snapping back to reality, I took a few steps forward and handed the cup to Shangguan Qian. You're supposed to say, please enjoy your tea, princess. Ihr seid inwartlich. Please enjoy your tea, princess. Shangguan Qian took a delicate sip, her cold, phoenix-like eyes sparkling with an unreadable light. Priest Xiao, this tea is quite good. A shiver ran down my spine. Your Highness, you. Shangguan Qian lifted the hem of her dress slightly, revealing a token at her waist. The Imperial Soul Token. This token symbolized membership in the Imperial Soul Organization. I had one too, given to me by Shangguan Lan herself. That woman is truly inscrutable, secretly placing her own daughter within the Imperial Soul Organization. Shangguan Qian set down her cup and handed me a document. Do you know why I'm heading to Huangyan City for an inspection? I do not know, nor would I dare to speculate. Shangguan Qian's bright smile suddenly faded, her voice growing colder. According to intelligence from the Imperial Soul Organization, a month ago, a pseudo-human beast infiltrated Huangyan City. Having read extensively in the Azure Dragon Academy's library, I knew full well how terrifying pseudo-human beasts could be. These creatures could disguise themselves as humans and infiltrate human settlements. I instinctively began to analyze the situation. The fact that no beasts appeared in Whitebone Abyss or Kunmi Mountain. A pseudo-human beast has infiltrated Huangyan City. There seems to be an almost imperceptible connection between these pieces of information. Shangguan Qian spoke up, Priest Xiao, heed the order. At your service. The Empress commands that you and I work together to investigate the case of the pseudo-human beast that has infiltrated Huangyan City. We must not fail. Cold sweat began to form on my forehead. Why is that damned woman deliberately dragging me, a mere 2-star Beastmaster, into such a big case? Is she testing me? Or maybe she's trying to assess me? Or is she just messing with me? Meanwhile, in the capital at the Night Lawn Hall, Shangguan Lan gazed at the snow outside, a subtle smile playing on her delicate rosy lips. Xiao Xingyu, don't disappoint this Empress this time. At this moment, Shangguan Qian and I had just finished discussing some internal intelligence from the Imperial Soul Organization. Though Shangguan Qian maintained a bright and cheerful exterior, being Shangguan Lan's daughter, there was no telling how many cunning foxes were hiding behind that beautiful face. Feeling that the atmosphere in the carriage was becoming too oppressive, I thought to take the opportunity to step out and get some fresh air. However, Shangguan Qian immediately stopped me. I'm not thirsty anymore. Stay here and accompany me until we reach Huangyan City. The already tense atmosphere in the carriage grew even more subtle with just the two of us present. Xiao Xingyu, can't you relax a bit? You seem way too tense. I'm not tense. Shangguan Qian, now in a playful mood, beckoned me over. Ako me closer. I took a step forward. At this point, I was still about a meter away from Shangguan Qian. Normally, someone of her status would never allow an outsider to get within a meter of her. Thinking I had gauged the proper distance, I was surprised when Shangguan Qian spoke again. Come even closer. What? I don't want to repeat myself. Feeling helpless, I stepped closer. Now, there were only about 20 centimeters between us. At such a close distance, I couldn't help but
marvel at how smooth and delicate her skin was. A sakura scent? No, this must be Shangguanqian's natural fragrance, just like her mother's. Having been in close proximity to Shangguanlan before and now to Shangguanqian, I realized that both mother and daughter shared the same light sakura fragrance. Shangguanqian raised her hand, her delicate fingers brushing against the tip of my nose. Outwardly, I remained composed, but internally, I was in turmoil. What the heck is she playing at? Is she trying to seduce me? If we end up in a room together, she's the one who's paying, right? My mind went into overdrive, conjuring all sorts of bizarre scenarios in just a second. Shangguanqian's voice snapped me back to reality. You're quite handsome, especially those eyes. They're very striking. Thank you, Your Highness, for the compliment. I'm genuinely curious, what is it about you that has my mother holding you in such high regard? Feigning innocence, I put on a foolish grin. Maybe it's just good luck. I've known my mother for 22 years, I understand her too well. She has never shown such admiration for any young person before, and she even made an exception by giving you the Imperial Soul Token early. Shangguanqian paused, then suddenly asked, "Where's your Imperial Soul Token?" "Show it to me." I hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I didn't bring it with me." "Are you lying to me?" "The Imperial Soul Token is too important, you must have it with you at all times." My awkwardness seemed to irritate her. "As Xiao Xingyu, as the Princess of the Dragon Kingdom, I order you to show me the Imperial Soul Token." "Your Highness, it's not that I don't want to show it to you, it's just that taking it out in front of you would be highly inappropriate," I said, fidgeting. My reluctance made Shangguanqian suspicious. "Oh, did you hide the token in your shoe?" "Don't worry, I won't mind if your feet smell. Just take it out." "It's not in my shoe." "I don't care where you've hidden it, you must take it out." "That's an order." I bit my lip, feeling as shy as a bride on her wedding night. "All right, Your Highness, I apologize in advance." As soon as I finished speaking, I started undoing my belt with a loud zip. For the first time in her life, the usually composed and elegant Princess Shangguanqian looked completely bewildert. What are you doing?" "Your Highness, you ordered me to take out the Imperial Soul Token." Thankfully, there was no one else in the carriage. Right in front of Shangguanqian, I unzipped my pants. Shangguanqian bit her lip, struggling to maintain her poise. She covered her eyes with her hands, but curiosity got the better of her, and she peeked through her fingers. After fumbling for a bit, I finally pulled out a token. "Your Highness, you may look now." Shangguanqian lowered her hands, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue that made her look surprisingly adorable. "Xiao Xingyu, how dare you disrespect me like this? Are you looking to die?" "You insisted I take out the Imperial Soul Token, and if I didn't, wouldn't that be disobeying your orders?" She had no response to that, so she took a deep breath, trying to regain her composure. "I hand over the token." "Please, Your Highness, take a look." Hey, don't come so close." "I just wanted to make sure you could see it clearly." Since we were now so close, Shangguanqian could distinctly smell the faint, peculiar scent coming from the token, a smell that wasn't unpleasant but was rather the unique scent of a young man's hormones. Though Shangguanqian was a few years older than me, she was still a young woman in her early 20s. Unaccustomed to such situations and couldn't help but feel shy. "Xiao Xingyu, you're such an improper scoundrel." Shangguanqian gritted her teeth, speaking from the hot. I looked at her innocently. How am I improper?" "Garg, what kind of decent person hides the Imperial Soul Token in their underwear?" Shangguanqian was on the verge of losing it. Blushing, I explained, Her Majesty, the Empress, told me how important the token was, so I hid it in the safest place possible. Shangguanqian shook her head and said with a sigh of relief, "Forget it, just pull up your pants first before talking to me." After I pulled up my pants, Shangguanqian confirmed that the Imperial Soul Token in her hand was genuine. "It seems that my mother trusts you greatly and is determined to train you." "Princess, if I may ask, why did the Empress arrange for you, a princess of noble status, to join the Imperial Soul Organization?" "The Imperial Soul Organization has a very high mortality rate, and the missions they undertake are top secret and not meant to be seen by others. From my perspective, it's hard to understand why a mother would send her own daughter into such
Gainsha. That's not something you should ask about. I wisely kept quiet, but she didn't stop there. She silently activated the Eye of the Demon God. This woman does not have the aura of dragon power. Could it be that she is not Shangguan Lan's biological daughter? It is known that Shangguan Lan's true identity is that of a black dragon. Logically, Shangguan Qian should be a little black dragon. However, the Eye of the Demon God does not make mistakes. Shangguan Qian is purely human and has no trace of dragon power in her body. It seems there are hidden secrets in the relationship between Shangguan mother and daughter. But there's no need for me to overspeculate. With my current strength, it's better not to fall out with them. It's best to focus on cautious development. I adhered to the strategy of cautious development, emphasizing prudence and stability. Half an hour later, the announcement sounded. Attention passengers, we are approaching the next station, the terminus, Huangyan City. Train No. 13 came to a slow stop, and outside the window was an endless desert. In the desert, an ancient city rose from the ground. This is the checkpoint at the western border of the Dragon Kingdom, Huangyan City. Inside Huangyan City is the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Outside Huangyan City is the dangerous territory of the monster beasts. We've arrived at the station. Don't forget our mission, we must identify and eliminate the disguised beastmen hidden in Huangyan City. Understood. Shangguan Qian got off the train and I followed her. On the surface, one is a princess and the other is a commoner. But behind the scenes, both are members of the Imperial Soul Organization. Unload the goods. Be quick about it. Look at this dreadful weather, a storm could break out at any moment. Try to unload all the goods before lunch. The train compartments were all opened and a group of burly workers took turns unloading the goods. The military supplies transported by train No. 13 alleviated the immediate shortage of supplies in Huangguan City. Noon. Inside the city lord's mansion in Huangyan City. Zhou Xiong, who was responsible for guarding this city, held a banquet in his mansion to show some hospitality. In the banquet hall, the examinees from the first-year third class of Azure Dragon Academy were seated together. The examinees, carefree and immersed in the joy of finishing their exams, enjoyed the delicious meal. For the examinees, tonight they could stay in Huangyan City and tomorrow morning they would take the return train back to Azure Dragon Academy. Members of the vast Sky Guild sat at the same table. Li Kai, team leader Qin, why aren't you eating? Not hungry? You all eat, I'm not hungry. At the table, Qin Yanran ignored the delicious food. She propped her chin on one hand and tilted her head, focusing on the main table. Guests at the main table were certainly significant figures. Shangguan Qian, as a princess of the Dragon Kingdom, was naturally expected. The issue was that beside Shangguan Qian sat someone unexpectedly surprising. A princess, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to inspect Huangyan City. This glass is a toast from Zhou. Lord Zhou, you are being too polite. You've been guarding the western border of the Dragon Kingdom for decades. I should be the one thanking you. Shangguan Qian clinked glasses with Zhou Xiong and drank it all in one go. After Zhou Xiong finished toasting Shangguan Qian, he immediately filled the glass again. Brother Xiao, we're old friends, let's have a drink. The young man beside Shangguan Qian was me. At the main table, Zhou Xiong was the lord of Huangyan City. The few people next to Zhou Xiong were also his most capable subordinates. Only I seemed out of place, I had no identity or background and was just a first-year student from Azure Dragon Academy. Li Kai whispered, Team Leader Qin, this kid Xingyu is impressive. I didn't expect him to be so close with the princess. She even brought him to sit at the main table. Shangguan Qian, known for her beauty and noble status as a princess, made Qin Yanran feel a bit jealous. Xiao Xingyu, you guy who forgets his sister when he sees a pretty face. Qin Yanran silently complained. A team leader Qin, isn't Xingyu your younger brother? As his sister, do you know why he's so familiar with the princess? I don't know. Just drink. Qin Yanran, filled with jealousy, took a large swig from the jug. Li Kai and the other members of the vast Sky Guild exchanged glances. At the main table, Zhou Xiong, still holding my shoulder, had us drink 3 glasses in a row. We were chatting very well. After the third glass, Zhou Xiong put his arm around my shoulders. I was so focused on drinking that I almost forgot to introduce you. This young man beside me is no ordinary person. He is the most amazing beast tamer pharmacist I have
ever seen, without a doubt.
Xiao Xingyu spoke about me with pride and admiration. He's the one who developed the purple spirit essence and cured the shaman vine disease. After Xiao Xingyu's introduction, everyone looked at me with admiration and respect. A student Xiao is so young yet has such advanced alchemy skills.
Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. A student Xiao, I'd like to toast you as well.
In any era, the most respected are always the talented. With my extraordinary medical skills and alchemy talent, even if I weren't a beast tamer, I would still earn the world's admiration and become a target of major powers.
Shang Guanqian leaned closer to my ear.
Xiao Xingyu, you're truly impressive. I didn't expect you to be so talented in medicine and alchemy.
No.
Wonder my mother values you so much. A princess, you flatter me.
Actually, this is my most modest time.
Staying low-key is key.
Shang Guanqian's expression darkened.
I really shouldn't have praised you.
After another glass of wine,
Xiao Xingyu spoke, Princess, Brother Xiao, I almost forgot to introduce you. This is my deputy Xiao Ming, who is in charge of managing 3 elite beast tamer squads. And this is Lu Weijie, the vanguard officer on the battlefield. And this guy with skin darker than charcoal is Sun Lang, who commands the ambush troops. Xiao Xingyu introduced me and Shang Guanqian to his 3 most trusted subordinates.
These 3
seemed perfectly ordinary, but to Shang Guanqian and me, the lack of any unusual traits was itself the
biggest anomaly.
Hot tip, disguised beast men, when disguised as humans, lose all their beastly aura and can perfectly mimic human actions, including tone and expression. After 3 rounds of drinks, Shang Guanqian stood up.
This wine is too strong. I'm going out for some fresh air. Princess, it's windy outside and you're dressed too lightly.
I grabbed a coat and followed her.
On the city wall,
Shang Guanqian stood with her hands clasped behind her back, gazing into the distance. The view was only vast desert, devoid of any vegetation. The strong wind swept across the land, raising yellow sand and dust that obscured the sun, causing a sudden drop in temperature. As the wind blew, the effects of the alcohol wore off. Shang Guanqian, responding to her human body's natural instinct, shivered 3 times in a row. At that moment, warmth enveloped her from behind, and Shang Guanqian showed a look of surprise. I had followed her and draped my coat over her shoulders.
Xiao Xingyu, I initially thought you were an unconventional prodigy free from worldly constraints.
I didn't expect you to have a human side as well.
If you catch a cold, how will we investigate the case of the disguised beast men?
Returning to the matter at hand, Shang Guanqian asked, since we're talking about serious business, what did you notice at the banquet?
I responded, I'd like to ask first, what's your opinion, princess?
Shang Guanqian's face was calm, her eyes reflecting wisdom. Disguised beast men have extremely high intelligence. When they infiltrate human territories, they will choose high-status human identities for their disguises. In Huangyan City, the highest status belongs to Lord Zhou. Besides Xiao Xingyu, his most trusted 3 subordinates are Xiao Ming, Lu Weijie, and Sun Lang.
In my guess, the disguised beast man is among these 4.
I smiled slightly. So, the princess's opinion is to choose one from 4? Shang Guanqian turned to look at me, her beautiful face showing a hint of annoyance.
That smile of yours is quite strange. If you have something to say, just say it.
I remained silent for a moment before making a surprising statement.
There's no need to choose from 4.
I'm certain that Xiao Ming is the disguised beast man. Shang Guanqian's mind buzzed, initially thinking she had misheard.
What did you say? Repeat that.
Xiao Ming is the disguised beast man. Shang Guanqian's brows furrowed deeply, her voice low. How are you so sure? I replied seriously, by my eyes. Everything in the world, all things and events, cannot escape the judgment of the eye of the demon god.
Princess, why are you silent? Being with you, I'm not just speechless, I feel helpless.
Shang Guanqian didn't know about the eye of the demon god. She thought I was just joking and didn't take my words seriously. At this moment, I told Shang Guanqian about the hidden beast man among the generals. But she thought I was joking and didn't take my words to heart. However, what she didn't know was that I possessed the eye of the demon god, capable of discerning all
things.
I then found Xiao Xingyu and got the magic firefly flower that I had been eagerly anticipating. I also handed over the prepared purple spirit essence to Xiao Xingyu, solving the immediate supply shortage for the troops stationed in Huangyan City. While we were chatting enthusiastically, a man with a buzz cut ran over. "Lord Zhou, everyone is waiting for you to come back and drink." I glanced sideways and frowned slightly. This man with a buzz cut was Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming was Xiao Xingyu's most trusted deputy, with a 6-star rank, commanding 3 elite beast tamer squads. In Huangyan City, Xiao Xingyu had the most influence and Zhao Ming was second. Old Zhao, I still want to catch up with Brother Xiao. You all go ahead and drink. Don't be like that, Lord Zhou. Everyone is waiting for you. Even the Azure Dragon Academy students want to hear you talk about the tales and anecdotes of defending the border for 30 years. Xiao Xingyu showed an impatient expression, but I spoke up, Brother Zhou, you should go back and drink. After all, you're the host and everyone wants to toast you. Brother Xiao, you're not coming back with me? Let's have a few more drinks. I can't hold my liquor well and still want to enjoy the fresh air. Alright then, here's my lord's token. Keep it with you. With this token, you can move freely throughout the city without any restrictions. Enjoy the local customs of the western region. Xiao Xingyu was then pulled away by Zhao Ming, leaving me alone at the city gate. Holding the lord's token from Xiao Xingyu, I could freely roam within the city without any limitations. I didn't rush to explore the streets but instead found a secluded alley. Under the trees, I opened my spatial ring, taking out a flower pot and 2 bundles of magic firefly flowers. From the flower pot, a silver vine over 10 meters long emerged. The vine rose up like a pillar. A little silver, behave yourself. Even plant-type beast tamers have a degree of sentience. The silver vine actively curved its stems around. A little silver was the name I gave it, chosen for its simplicity and ease of recall. Previously, the silver vine had been nourished by phoenix tail grass morning dew, and I had fertilized it with the excrement of a beast god's beast. Now, with the addition of the magic firefly flower's nectar, the silver vine would detach from the flower pot and soil, transforming into a true beast tamer. Without delay, I squeezed the flower's nectar and dripped it into the soil. The silver vine's roots sensed the nectar and began to absorb it frenziedly. With a crack, the flower pot shattered and the soil scattered. The alley was filled with flickering silver light, making strange noises and crackling sounds. Fortunately, there were no residents nearby, so there was no panic. A little silver, congratulations. You are officially the first plant-type beast tamer under my command. I looked down with joy and tenderness in my eyes. At this moment, a silver vine resembling a small snake coiled around my right wrist. This unassuming silver vine was the celestial soul vine with ancient bloodlines, illusionary god quality. Despite its current appearance like a small snake just crawling out of the undergrowth, it had already reached its complete form, level 1. Ancient bloodline plant-type beast tamers are different from any other beast tamers. The moment they detach from the soil, their level reaches the complete form. Currently, the Hell Ghost Wolf is at its mature stage, level 3, the Four-Winged Holy Angel is at its mature stage, level 1, and the Electric Ear Rabbit has no evolution path, remaining at the initial level indefinitely. In comparison, the Celestial Soul Vine has the highest rank, thanks to the special nature of its ancient bloodline. I raised my left hand, gently stroking the Celestial Soul Vine wrapped around my right wrist, while activating the Eye of the Demon God to display the data panel in my mind. Name, Celestial Soul Vine. Level, Complete Form, Level 1. Bloodline, Ancient Bloodline, Illusionary God Quality. Talent 1, Disarm, enemies entangled by the vine are temporarily unable to use weapons. Talent 2, Essence of Sun and Moon, releases a slightly fragrant mist that provides substantial healing to allied units within a certain range and can also repair buildings. Talent 3, Soul Absorption, automatically absorbs the souls of any slain beasts, increasing growth speed. Attributes, Ancient Type, Plant Type, Supernatural Type. Loyalty, 100. Skills. Death Thorns, releases numerous branching vines that erupt from the ground instantaneously, hardening to create a thorny area that inflicts continuous damage and slows enemies. Death Entanglement, enwraps and constrains enemies like a giant python, continuously tightening its grip. Fireflies, releases a multitude of silver light particles resembling fireflies, covering allied units to provide substantial healing, each healing event up to 60% of total health. Stern Stern Evolution Pass Stern Stern, Celestial Solwein Blot Celestial Solwein King Solwein. Emperor Celestial Illusionary God Vine. Hidden Evolution Path Celestial Soul Vine Underworld Celestial Soul Vine Undying Underworld. Flower. Habits and preferences Clingy, bathing water must be magic firefly flower nectar. After reviewing the attribute panel, I smiled with satisfaction. An ancient bloodline, truly worthy of illusionary god quality, this bloodline talent is incredibly powerful. Based on the attribute panel, it was clear that the current Celestial Soul Vine was more of a support type. Beastama. Especially its talent for providing substantial healing to allies, which could have an unexpectedly powerful effect in large-scale battles. Of course, as the Celestial Soul Vine grows and evolves, continuously absorbing the souls of slain beasts, it would gradually shift from a support-type beast tamer to an attack-type beast tamer. Honestly, Little Silver, you're so difficult to take care of, like a young lady from a wealthy family. No, even more difficult than a princess. I was feeling this way because the attribute panel showed that the Celestial Soul Vine had a preference for bathing. Moreover, it would only accept bathing water made from magic firefly flower nectar. Considering how rare magic firefly flowers are, with Xiao Xingyu managing to get only 2 bundles, I estimated that to fill a single bath, I would need at least 100 bundles of magic firefly flower nectar. Suddenly, quick footsteps approached from outside the alley. Report, the silver light was just seen in this alley. Could it be a beast invasion? Go order the troops to surround the alley and ensure the beast doesn't escape. As the footsteps drew closer, the Celestial Soul Vine seemed startled and slid off my right wrist, directly slipping into my pants. Damn it! Little Silver, don't do this, it's ticklish. I laughed uncontrollably, with Little Silver burrowing into my pants and refusing to come out. At that moment, 2 teams of soldiers surrounded me, trapping me in the alley. The Celestial Soul Vine in my pants was trembling, making me itch unbearably. My efforts to suppress my laughter were truly pitiful. I looked up at the patrol officers dressed in military uniforms, responsible for guarding Huangyan City with ranks ranging from 4 to 5 stars. A kid, what's your name? Ovu Yansu. Be serious. Gahem, Xiao Xingyu. I'm the patrol team leader, Hanwei. Someone reported that there was silver light flickering in the alley. And it seems there might be a beast. Do you know anything about this? I shrugged and shook my head. I haven't seen any beasts. A captain, this guy's pants are moving. All the patrol officers' gazes turned to my pants. I was frozen in place, feeling as if I were facing social death. Hanwei prepared to summon his beast, his expression fierce. I suspect you're hiding a beast in your pants. Brother, are you kidding me? Who in their right mind hides a beast in their pants? Besides hiding a beast in my pants sounds even more absurd than remodeling my pants into a 3-bedroom apartment, doesn't it? A captain, this guy's talk is crude but reasonable. Hanwei regained his composure. Anyway, you don't look like a local. We're taking you in for questioning. Unable to tolerate it any longer, I pulled out the token. Who dares to touch me? What's that you're holding? I was stunned, having accidentally pulled out the Imperial Soul token. Seizing the moment while Hanwei hadn't seen clearly, I quickly put away the Imperial Soul token and took out the City Lord token. A captain, it's the City Lord token. Hanwei's attitude immediately did a complete turnaround. He repeatedly bowed and apologized. Sorry. Sorry, Mr. Xiao. My subordinate has eyes but doesn't recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive us. Aside from Xiao Xingyu himself, anyone holding the City Lord token was considered to be Xiao Xing's close friend. Seeing the token was like seeing the City Lord himself. Hanwei, who had been working in the patrol team for 10 years, naturally knew that I was not someone to be trifled with and immediately backed down. I get lost. All right. Hanwei breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to leave the alley with his subordinates in a hurried retreat. Stop. Hanwei halted, breaking into a cold sweat on his back. Mr. Xiao, do you have any further instructions? I pretended to casually ask, does your patrol team know the defense layout of Huangyan City very well? Han Wei's face showed pride. That's a basic skill for our patrol team. Only by understanding the city's defense layout thoroughly can we effectively check for various hidden dangers. I lowered my voice. Then let me ask you, recently, has anyone asked you for the city's defense layout? Let me think, Han Wei started to recall. After a while, Han Wei suddenly remembered something. I remember now. About a month ago, Deputy Xiao asked me for a city defense map. He said he wanted to study it to find any weaknesses and then make repairs to further improve the city's defenses. A smile tugged at my lips as I thought to myself, just as I suspected, the case is solved. On the city wall, Shang Guanqian was holding a cup of hot tea, enjoying the desolate sunset over the vast desert. She was still draped in my coat. I walked up to the city wall and the nearby sentries tactfully stepped back. How's the investigation going? Princess, based on my investigation. I whispered in Shang Guanqian's ear for a while. Her expression changed subtly as I spoke. This is a serious matter, and there's no room for error. I'll ask you again, are you certain that person is a pseudo-human monster? I nodded, my eyes filled with unwavering conviction. All right, I'll trust you this once. At 8 o'clock tonight, Lord Zhou will host a bonfire party for everyone to celebrate. I understand. This is the best opportunity to expose the pseudo-human monster. Xiao Xingyu. Angry tone. What's wrong? Why is your pants moving? Oh no. I forgot about Little Silver. Princess, calm down, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Shang Guanqian was furious. A misunderstanding? It looks to me like you've developed improper intentions toward me. Perverted. Scoundrel, lewd and despicable. A princess, it's truly a misunderstanding. I'll tell my mother about this. Please, don't tell your parents. I can't handle your mother. In the city's central square, all the townspeople gathered together, dancing around the bonfire with the Beastmaster's troops celebrating this wonderful night. I was popular at the bonfire party because of my handsome looks. Several girls took turns dancing with me, occasionally throwing flirtatious glances. A handsome guy, do you have a girlfriend? I'm a bit tired. You guys continue, I'll rest for a bit. I made a clumsy excuse and escaped the crowd, bumping into someone coming towards me. Princess, I'm sorry. Shang Guanqian rubbed her delicate arm and said sharply, Go, so you dare to offend this princess? I was sweating profusely. If it weren't for the circumstances, I wouldn't want to have much interaction with Shang Guanqian. I just saw you dancing happily with several beautiful girls. Why stop now? The princess, stop teasing me. Come with me. Shang Guanqian took my hand and led me back into the crowd. The princess, you adapt to local customs. Hold my waist and follow the rhythm of the music. Yes, like that. Be careful not to step on my feet. In the dance floor, everyone was immersed in the joyful atmosphere, enjoying the moment with their dance. Patnas. I held Shang Guanqian's slender waist and we moved together in rhythm with the music. To be honest, princess, your figure is really great. No wonder you're the daughter of that woman, the genetic inheritance is truly powerful. Both Shangguan and her mother have a common characteristic, they appear tall and slender, like celestial beings from a painting. But upon close contact, it becomes evident that beneath their clothes lies a well-proportioned body, thin where it should be thin and curvaceous where it should be. Xiao Xingyu, I warned you, don't let your hand slide any further. Sorry, it was a mistake, a mistake. If my hand slid a bit further, my fingertips would move from her lower back to her buttocks. We danced close together. Our movements weren't particularly skilled, but at least they were decent. Oh wow, Xiao Xingyu is impressive. He actually has the chance to be the princess's dance partner. I told you, our adoptive father will be the future prince consort of the Dragon Kingdom. Once he becomes emperor, we'll be princes. Wu Shunyu and Songhu are quite the characters, with wild imaginations. A princess, the time is almost right. Bam. At the open-air banquet, Zhou Xiong and a few close friends were drinking, chatting, and occasionally enjoying the dance performances. Lord Zhou, your brother is extraordinary, to have earned the princess's favor. Indeed, I've never seen the princess so close to a man. Will this Xiao Xingyu really become the prince? Consort of the Dragon Kingdom in the future? Everyone was discussing me, and I stood out in the crowd like a brilliant star, drawing all eyes. In the whole nation, there were many young talents with both talent and looks, but none had received the princess's attention before me. Only I, from the very first meeting, maintained such a close relationship with the princess. Especially the way we danced closely on the floor, which seemed to others like we were a couple. Zhou Xiong finished a bottle of wine, his flushed face showing a proud smile. He is my good brother. My brother is a dragon among men. The fact that the princess is close to him shows her good taste, ha ha ha. 2 out of Zhou Xiong's 3 statements were about praising me, and the remaining one was about showing off that I was his adopted brother. Sitting closest to Zhou Xiong were Zhao Ming, Lu Weijie, and Sun Lang. These 3 were Zhou Xiong's most experienced generals who had fought alongside him and defended the city gates of Huangyan City. A fierce roar suddenly came from afar. Zhou Xiong instinctively set down his cup, his slightly tipsy eyes instantly becoming clear. That's the roar of the Beast King level monster, the Ghost-Face Eagle King. Lord Zhou, it's not just the Ghost-Face Eagle King. I also heard the growl of the explosive bone beast. Following this, various monster roars and cries echoed around. Zhou Xiong stood up and shouted, "Y'all troops, protect the civilians in the center and summon the beasts for battle." The mysterious roars of monsters kept rising in intensity, but no monster appeared in sight. Lord Zhou, the situation is odd. We can only hear the monster roars but don't see any monsters. Zhou Xiong was deep in thought. Oh, indeed, it's strange. Our city defenses are solid, and even if monsters were invading, we should have received urgent intelligence from the frontline sentries. As the crowd was filled with panic and confusion, Shang Guanqian approached Zhou Xiong. Lord Zhou, you really are short-sighted. There's a pseudo-human monster among those in the city, and you haven't noticed it. This is serious dereliction of duty. Upon hearing the term pseudo-human monster, everyone at the scene panicked. The men and women on the dance floor separated from each other, fearing their dance partners might be the pseudo-human monster the princess mentioned. Zhou Xiong looked bewildered and quickly asked, "Princess, I don't understand what you mean. Where is this pseudo-human monster in the city?" Shang Guanqian's sharp gaze swept over Zhao Ming, Lu Weijie, and Sun Lang. "The pseudo-human monster is among your trusted subordinates." Zhou Xiong turned around to look at the 3 men who had shared hardships with him. Zhao Ming smiled bitterly and said, "Lord, we've worked together for many years. Do you suspect me?" Lu Weijie waved his hands repeatedly, excitedly defending himself. "I'm not a pseudo-human monster." Sun Lang, straightforward and hot-tempered, drew a dagger from his waist and held it out to Zhou Xiong. "Lord, if you suspect me, I'll prove my innocence with my life." The 3 men each had their own stance, leaving Zhou Xiong in a difficult position. "The princess, these 3 are veteran generals who have defended Huangyan City with me for many years, achieving great military accomplishments. They can't be pseudo-human monsters." "Brother Zhou, the princess is right. You've indeed been short-sighted in this matter." I stepped forward. "Xiao Xingyu, do you also suspect my 3 brothers?" "No, I'm not just suspicious. I'm certain." I raised my hand, pointing directly at the bald man beside Zhou Xiong. "I'm certain that you are the pseudo-human monster." Everyone looked at Zhao Ming, who was the one I had pointed out. Zhao Ming sneered disdainfully, "Don't think you can slander me just because you and the Lord are old friends." I gave a well-placed smile, revealing a row of white teeth. When the monster roars were heard, Brother Zhou ordered everyone to be on alert and summon their beasts to prepare for battle. So, let me ask, why is it that you, the deputy general in charge of 3 elite Beastmasters units, did not summon your beast? My words made everyone's hair stand on end. At this moment, all the Beastmasters had summoned their respective beasts. Lu Weijie and Sun Lang, the 2 veteran generals, were no exception. Only Zhao Ming had not summoned his beast. Zhou Xiong looked at Zhao Ming, his face growing dark. Why didn't you summon your beast?" Lord, I gave a cold smile. A pseudo-human monster can mimic human appearance, voice, and mannerisms. But it can never mimic a Beastmaster's ability to summon a beast. As soon as I finished speaking, everyone retreated, keeping their distance from Zhao Ming. Facts speak louder than words. Hearing the roar of the monsters and summoning their beasts to prepare for battle is an instinctive reaction. For any Beastmaster. Still trying to defend yourself? If you have the ability, summon your beast right now for everyone to see. Under everyone's gaze, Zhao Ming's forehead broke out in cold sweat and a flash of ruthless killing intent crossed his eyes. Zhao Ming remained silent. Given the situation, summoning a beast in public would be the best way to prove his innocence. But Zhao Ming didn't do it, which means he is indeed a pseudo-human monster. At this moment, a patrol soldier ran over. It was Captain Han Wei of the patrol unit. Mr. Xiao, I've arrived. Captain Han, speak up in front of the Lord. Han Wei walked up to Zhou Xiong and saluted. A report, Lord. A month ago, Deputy General Zhao privately asked me for a city defense map. Zhou Xiong was stunned and questioned, why did he want the city defense map? Deputy General Zhao said he wanted to study the map to find any places that needed reinforcement and further improve the city's defense. After Han Wei finished speaking, he returned to my side and whispered, Mr. Xiao, I've completed the task you assigned. Zhou Xiong looked at Zhao Ming again, his already darkened face becoming even colder. You, like Lu Weijie and Sun Lang, are responsible for battlefield engagements. And matters concerning the city's defense are not within your jurisdiction. Zhao Ming tried to defend himself. Lord, listen to my explanation. I didn't intend to interfere with the city's defense. I just wanted to help you. At this point, this monster is still spewing nonsense. I want to personally avenge Zhao Ming. Zhou Xiong's eyes turned red, tears filling his eyes. To disguise itself as a human, a pseudo-human monster must kill a human. To impersonate Zhao Ming, it had to first kill Zhao Ming. This is the special ability of the pseudo-human monsters. They absorb the genes of the deceased and perfectly mimic their appearance. Sensing that Zhou Xiong was mobilizing his spiritual power, Zhao Ming turned and fled. As he ran, Zhao Ming used movements reminiscent of a beast rather than a human. He climbed walls and leaped across rooftops, his scarlet eyes gleaming with malice, and his claws like blades slashed through the eaves. Whoosh! A shard of ice, like an arrow, pierced the night and struck the fleeing Zhao Ming. After the explosion, a cloud of dust was kicked up. When the dust settled, a creature with dark purple fur lay on the ground. The appearance of this creature was hard to categorize as any single animal. It had a lizard-like head, a body resembling a black bear, and long limbs, particularly the legs, which were like the curved blades of the Grim Reaper. Demon-blooded nightshade. Someone in the crowd shouted the name of the creature. Xiao Xingyu activated the demon eye, and the data panel for the demon-blooded nightshade was clear. Gamir Transcendent, Tier 3, Beast, able to assassinate Zhao Ming, a 6-star Beastmaster. Truly it's a pseudo-human monster. Normally, a 6-star Beastmaster could easily deal with a Transcendent-level beast. But if the beast was a pseudo-human monster, the situation changes. It's easy to dodge an open attack, but hard to defend against a hidden threat. When a pseudo-human monster disguises itself as a human, it has no trace of beastly aura. Though Xiao Xingyu hadn't witnessed it firsthand, he could piece together the scenario. A month ago, the demon-blooded nightshade must have ambushed a sentry or scout outside the city, disguised as a person, and then infiltrated the city to ambush Zhao Ming. Even a 6-star Beastmaster would struggle to avoid an ambush from the demon-blooded nightshade. Therefore, among the beast armies, all pseudo-human monsters are known as the assassins. I knew that the most terrifying thing about beasts wasn't their sharp claws or earth-shaking hooves, but their devious, human-like hearts. A single demon-blooded nightshade had caused Huangyan City to lose a battle-hardened 6-star Deputy General. At this moment, the demon-blooded nightshade lay on the ground, its right leg completely frozen and unable to move. From the darkness, a beast with an entirely ice-blue body emerged. It was Shangguanshan's beast, the Ice Phantom Kirin. Shangguanshan's face was cold and haughty, looking disdainfully at the demon-blooded nightshade. You should die knowing why. My beast, the Ice Phantom Kirin, can mimic any beast's roar. Now I understand. The Dragon Kingdom princess truly lives up to her reputation. Blood dripped from the corner of the demon-blooded nightshade's mouth as the Ice Phantom's power spread along its right leg, reaching its internal organs. Zhou Xiong, enraged, urged his spiritual power. The War Rhinoceros King soared into the air. Xiao Xingyu was a genuine 8-star Beastmaster, and his beast, the War Rhinoceros King, was at the Beast Emperor Tier 2 level. The demon-blooded Nightshade, being only a transcendent level beast, couldn't withstand the War Rhinoceros King's roar. Its eardrums ruptured and it spurted blood. As its death approached, the demon-blooded Nightshade showed no fear, instead laughing maniacally. Xiao Xingyu, only now do you see through me.
But it's too late.
By tomorrow night, Huangyan City will turn into a field of yellow earth. You, the city lord, will also become a feast for the Father of Heaven.
Bing!
The War Rhinoceros King lifted its iron hoof and stomped heavily on the demon-blooded Nightshade. With a deep, resounding boom, the ground shook 3 times, dust swirling up, and the air was filled with an unbearable stench of blood.
So foul.
Shang Guanshan pinched her nose, looking somewhat cute. I explained from the side, that's the smell of the demon-blooded Nightshade's brain matter. The stench is similar to durian stewed in a pressure cooker.
Stop talking, ugh.
As the War Rhinoceros King lifted its iron hoof, a crater with a diameter of 5 meters was revealed. In the pit, there was nothing. The air was filled with powdered remnants. The demon-blooded Nightshade's body had been turned to dust. This is the power of a Beast Emperor-level beast. With a single stomp, the demon-blooded Nightshade's body was completely obliterated.
What are you thinking about?
Shang Guanshan looked at me, noticing that I was still frowning deep in thought.
2 things.
First, the demon-blooded Nightshade said before it died that tomorrow night Huangyan City would become a field of yellow earth. Second, it mentioned the term Father of Heaven.
Shang Guanshan's expression grew serious.
It seems there will be an army of beasts attacking the city tomorrow night.
As for Father of Heaven, have you heard of Father of Heaven Erdus?
My pupils widened. I saw that name in the Beast God Chronicle at the Azure Dragon Academy library. A Father of Heaven Erdus is a mutated type, Beastman type, Beast God tier, rank 1 beast. The death of the demon-blooded Nightshade did not bring stability but instead sparked greater fear. For the people inside the city, their most respected Deputy General Zhao Ming had died a month ago. Replacing Zhao Ming, who had been living among them for the past month, was not a human but a pseudo-human monster. Just thinking about it was enough to make anyone shiver with fear. Xiao Xingyu, mourning the loss of his brother, was struggling to accept Zhao Ming's death. A Beastmaster who is killed by a pseudo-human monster does not leave behind a body. This deprived Xiao Xingyu of even the chance to bury Zhao Ming. Brother Zhou. I approached and placed a hand on his shoulder. By the light of the campfire, Xiao Xingyu's eyes were red, tears glistening. But now is not the time for grief. As the city lord, you must calm the residents and prevent panic from spreading.
You're right, Xiao.
Xiao Xingyu stood on a high platform and gave an impassioned speech to soothe the frightened citizens. Qin Yanran gathered the students from Class 3 of the first year at Azure Dragon Academy. Students, your exams are over. You will take the return train tonight to Longyin City. Team Leader Qin, weren't we supposed to leave tomorrow morning?
No, to nicht.
Qin Yanran, experienced and sharp, recognized the imminent danger signaled by the death of the demon-blooded Nichts hatte. The impending slaughter meant that the young examinees, who are the future pillars of the Dragon Kingdom, should not be exposed to such peril. Therefore, she decided to evacuate them immediately.
Xingyu, my little brother.
Qin Yanran found me in the crowd. I saw your performance earlier. You and Princess Shangguan worked together to unmask that pseudo-human monster. According to the rules, your score will be elevated to SS. Usually, the highest score for a midterm exam is S. Previously, I had achieved an S score by killing the complete beast, Crowned Serpent. This time, unmasking the pseudo-human monster, demon-blooded Nightshade, was a significant contribution, so my score could exceed the usual limit and be upgraded to SS. Xingyu, listen to your sister. Leave with your classmates. Sister Yanran, I need to stay and defend the city. My resolute attitude made Qin Yanran anxious. A foolish little brother, didn't you hear what the demon-blooded Nightshade said before it died? It's clear that the beast army has been plotting for a long time and will attack the city tomorrow night. However, the demon-blooded Nightshade mentioned the Father of Heaven. I interrupted, I know. The Father of Heaven Erdus, a beast god-level monster. Qin Yanran's eyes widened and her voice rose sharply. You know it's a beast god level monster and still dare to stay here?
Are you looking for death?
I value my life, and according to the principle of develop cautiously, the best option now would be to leave with my classmates. However, I also have a principle.
Seek wealth in danger.
Currently, my midterm exam score has just reached SS. The special task issued by the system requires the score to reach SSS. Given the current situation, staying and defending the city with Zhou Xiong and others is the only chance to earn greater achievements and possibly achieve the SSS score. To be honest, the rewards for completing the task are incredibly tempting. Random SSS level beast energy crystal plus 20,000 vouchers. Such a generous reward would provide me with more resources and significantly boost my power.
Xingyu, listen to your sister.
Leave here. Sister Yanran, please stop persuading me.
I'm staying. You little.
Qin Yanran, unable to convince me, sighed deeply and reluctantly accepted my decision. Very well, if you were to listen to me, you wouldn't be the Xiao Xingyu I know. At 11 o'clock at night, in the city lord's mansion, the conference room, Zhou Xiong called an emergency meeting. Lu Ruijie, Sun Lang, and all the Beastmasters at the captain level attended. Members of the Zhangqiong Guild, as well as Shangguan Shan and I, were also present. Zhou Xiong appeared suddenly aged, with several gray hairs sprouting on his head. Based on the demon-blooded Nightshade's last words, the Beast Army will launch an attack on Huangyan City tomorrow night.
What are your thoughts?
Qin Yanran stood up and spoke with righteousness. Lord Zhou, our Zhangqiong Guild has been collaborating with you for many years and we consider ourselves old friends. In the face of danger, we will not stand by. We will stay and fight alongside you to defend the city. Zhu Xiong saluted Qin Yanran.
Thank you, Zhangqiong Guild. I, Zhou Xiong, will never forget this favor for the rest of my life.
Qin Yanran's brow was furrowed with deep concern. Lord Zhou, if the one leading the Beast Army is truly the Father of Heaven Erdis, with our current strength,
I'm afraid.
Qin Yanran didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood. Against a beast god level monster, Beastmasters below 8 stars wouldn't even be able to serve as a distraction. Lu Ruijie's face turned pale as he said somberly, even 8-star Beastmasters would only be able to hold out for a few rounds against a beast god level monster. Yes, as Sun Lang added, and the Father of Heaven Erdis is a mutated beast god level monster. We'd need at least a 9-star Beastmaster to match him. Zhou Xiong was troubled. He was the highest-ranked Beastmaster in the city at 7 stars. Below him were Lu Ruijie and Sun Lang, both 6-star Beastmasters. Most of the soldiers in the army were 4-star or 5-star. When facing an extremely strong enemy, numbers alone wouldn't make a difference. Those who have seen battle understand this principle all too well.
Lord Zhou, do you have a satellite phone?
Yes, but Princess, are you planning to? I'll contact Empress to request the dispatch of a 9-star Beastmaster to support Huangyan City. Zhou Xiong was thrilled as if grasping at a lifeline.
Quickly, someone get the princess a satellite phone.
Shangguan Shan took the satellite phone and left the conference room. After 5 minutes, she returned. Empress has agreed to my request and will send Air Force General Lu Mingxiao to support us. Lu Mingxiao, like Murong Jin and Baiyu, was one of the top generals of the Dragon Kingdom. Murong Jin and Baiyu were in charge of the Navy and the Army, respectively. Lu Mingxiao was responsible for the air force and held the rank of 9 stars. It was rumored that if the 3 great generals fought, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious, but Lu Mingxiao would never lose. This was because, in past battles, Lu Mingxiao had never suffered a defeat. Princess, thanks to you, on behalf of all the people of Huangyan City, I express our gratitude. Zhou Xiong knew that without Shangguan Shan's phone call, getting support would be as difficult as reaching the sky. The Dragon Kingdom's strategic deployment was highly regimented, and each 9-star Beastmaster had a specific role essential to their post. Only Princess Shangguan Shan had the influence to easily deploy a general-level Beastmaster to support a remote place like Huangyan City. After all, she was the daughter of Empress Shangguan Lan, and it was natural for a mother to care for her daughter. I approached Shangguan Shan and whispered, Princess, did your mother?
Who are you insulting?
A cough, I mean, did your mother say when General Lu Mingxiao will arrive in Huangyan City? Shang Guanshan brushed a strand of hair from her temple. Early tomorrow morning. Specifically. Around 6 in the morning. In short, he'll arrive as soon as it's daylight. I pursed my lips, my expression serious. Let's hope nothing unexpected happens before dawn. 11:30 p.m. Light rain drizzled over Huangyan City, with the cold wind from the desert adding to the biting chill. At the station, the rain tapped rhythmically on the exterior of train No. 13, creating a crisp drumming sound. The examinees from Class 3 of the first year at Azure Dragon Academy boarded the train one after another, none of them willing to stay in Huangyan City. For the students, they had already scored above the passing mark, with some even achieving AB rating. Given that they had passed their exams, the most sensible option was to return to Azure Dragon Academy as soon as possible and ensure their safety. After bidding farewell to their closest classmates at the train door, the examinees hurried to board the train, jostling to get on. Only I walked against the rain, heading back alone into Huangyan City. Back at the City Lord's Mansion conference room, I was suddenly embraced tightly by Zhou Xiong.
My good brother, thank you for staying.
Brother Zhou, I'm just a 2-star Beastmaster with low rank and little experience. As long as you don't mind that I can't be of much help, that's fine.
Don't be so modest. How could I ever mind you?
In truth, Zhou Xiong didn't want me to stay, and his thoughts were the same as Qin Yanran's. I was still young and was considered a future pillar of the Dragon Kingdom. I shouldn't be caught in such a predicament, facing the risk of death. But I was as stubborn as a mule, refusing to be persuaded, and Zhou Xiong could only reluctantly accept it. Of course, my staying was also beneficial to the Huangyan City garrison. Besides being a Beastmaster, I was also a specially appointed pharmacist from the Zhangqiong Guild. My medical skills were a valuable asset on the battlefield. Qin Yanran approached and took my hand, her eyes soft with concern.
Xingyu, I can't persuade you otherwise, so you can stay.
But you must promise me that, if a war breaks out, you won't go to the front lines and will only assist in the logistics department. The logistics department was responsible for food and medical supplies. Typically during large-scale battles between humans and monsters, the logistics personnel stayed behind in the city and did not go to the front lines. They treated the injured Beastmasters and their beasts when they returned.
All right, I promise.
Qin Yanran scrutinized me with a playful smile. You agreeing so readily makes me uneasy. Qin Yanran knew this adoptive brother well, his outwardly compliant demeanor often belied his true intentions. In short, he was as unpredictable as a sow wearing a bra. Zhou Xiong sent someone to bring tea. Everyone, have a cup of tea to stay alert. We have nearly a whole day before the battle begins tomorrow night, so we have ample time to devise our battle plans. In the conference room, everyone brainstormed and discussed strategies and defenses. Brother Xiao, you haven't said a word during our discussion. Do you have something on your mind?
Zhou
Xiong noticed my unusual behavior. The meeting had been going on for half an hour, and it was now midnight. While everyone was discussing strategic deployments, I remained silent, my face showing clear signs of distress.
I'm fine.
I looked out the window, my gaze distant. My premonition grows stronger. Will nothing unexpected happen before General Lu Mingxiao arrives? At the same time, outside Huangyan City, on the highest sand dune, a mass of dark shadows loomed. They are not human. They possess massive bodies, tough scales, sharp claws and fangs, and iron hooves capable of crushing human skulls with ease. This is a legion of magical beasts, and they are elite. Amidst the throng of countless blood-sucking leeches, this well-trained beast army approached the border of Huangyan City. At the forefront was a beast with an unusual appearance. It stood about 5 meters tall. With a humanoid body, a head resembling a wolf yet also akin to a tiger or leopard, and 2 crescent-shaped bullhorns on top of its head. A beast with a human body and beastly head is a hallmark of the beastman-type magical beasts. This particular beastman-type magical beast wore a custom red costume, leather shoes, and sat on a throne made of skulls, holding a goblet in its hand. Strictly speaking, the goblet was filled with human blood. The beast swirled the goblet lightly, drank it all in. One gulp, and its purple eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty excitement. Father of the beast Uldi's. A beast god-level magical beast with legendary quality bloodline, having gained even more terrifying powers after mutation. At this moment, a butterfly fluttered across the desert and landed on the top of Uldi's head. The butterfly flapped its wings, conveying a message. Uldi's grinned, revealing its sharp fangs. As since the spy planted within Huangyan City has been exposed and sacrificed, there's no need to wait until tomorrow. The butterfly transformed into a humanoid figure, a woman with a delicate appearance and skin as pale as a ghost. Judging by this magical beast's aura, her rank was at least Beast King level, 3rd tier. The Nightshade Butterfly Ramel, a pseudo-human magical beast and one of Uldi's deputy commanders. In the magical beast ranks, the hierarchy is similar to that of humans. Each beast god level magical beast commands several Beast King or Beast Emperor level deputies. A father, do you mean? Ramel, lead a troop through the tunnels to invade the city. We'll coordinate from the inside and outside to capture the city. At this point, the magical beast army had already quietly entered the city and no one had noticed their smooth infiltration. Meanwhile, I had maintained a worried expression throughout the meeting as if deep in thought, not saying a word. Princess, I feel like something is wrong.
What's wrong?
I need to think more. I felt a heavy weight in my chest. Based on past experiences, this was a sign that a crisis was imminent. What exactly is wrong? The feeling of unease is growing stronger. I placed a hand on my forehead, my thoughts racing.
Oh no.
A sudden flash of insight made my body shiver. Qin Yanren asked urgently, what have you realized? Princess, I just remembered that the bloodthirsty Nightshade is a psychic magical beast with the ability to control the shaman vines. The shaman vines.
That's not good.
Qin Yanran, with her exceptional intelligence, instantly connected the dots as soon as I gave the hint. The others looked at me and Qin Yanran in a state of panic and confusion. Brother Xiao, the bloodthirsty Nightshade is dead. What are you worried about? I felt a surge of anxiety, but the situation was critical, so I forced myself to calm down and explain as succinctly as possible. Brother Zhou, the bloodthirsty Nightshade has been lurking inside the city for a whole month. In this month, it obtained the city's defensive layout from Captain Hanwei, which clearly indicates another
purpose.
The bloodthirsty Nightshade's psychic power is to control the shaman vines. If these vines appear in large numbers, they can dig out underground passages. I laid out the explanation clearly. Zhou Xiong's pupils flickered, and he clenched his fists. Underground passages. Are you saying that the bloodthirsty Nightshade secretly used the shaman vines to dig tunnels connecting inside and outside the city? I nodded repeatedly, a layer of frost seeming to hang over my brow. Shang Guanshan's face also grew grim. If Xiao Xingyu's guess is correct, then the tunnels are very likely to lead directly from outside the city to the major defensive points inside. This is the fundamental reason for it obtaining the city's defensive layout. Just as Shang Guanshan finished analyzing, a blood-soaked guard burst into the meeting room with his right arm bitten off by a magical beast. Report to the city lord. A large number of magical beasts have invaded and all major defensive points inside the city have fallen. Zhou Xiong slammed his hand on the table. Is Huangyan City's defense system just a decoration? A city lord, they came out from the tunnels. We didn't have time to react. The harsh reality confirmed my guess. In the past month, the bloodthirsty Nightshade had excellently completed the espionage task assigned by Father of the Beast, Uldi's. Using Zhao Ming's identity, it easily obtained the city's defensive layout. Secretly, it had controlled tens of thousands of shaman vines to dig more than 10 tunnels underground. Each tunnel ensured that the magical beast army could stealthily infiltrate the city and launch surprise attacks on every defensive point. Fury ignited in Zhou Xiong's eyes.
Glaolu, Sunlang, come with me. Yes.
At that moment, a sentry stationed on the city wall rolled into the meeting room. A report to the city lord, there's a major problem. The magical beast army is attacking. Everyone was stunned. The magical beast army is attacking? So suddenly. Isn't it supposed to be tomorrow night?
How could it?
I understand now. With the bloodthirsty Nightshade dead, the magical beast army must have changed their plans and decided to attack us now, hoping to catch us off guard. Zhou Xiong's face turned pale, looking even more haggard. A number of enemies. I estimated. I estimated at 20,000. An estimate of 20,000 was just a rough figure. Who knew if there would be more reinforcements? I raised an eyebrow, feeling troubled inside. A Huangyan city's garrison only has 5,000 troops. Now facing internal and external crises, this battle is likely to turn into a river of blood. To win with fewer troops, a heavy price would have to be paid. Lu Weijie said, a city lord, we don't have time to hesitate. We must march out of the city to confront the enemy. Sun Lang added, that's right. 20,000 magical beasts could easily flatten the city gates. We have no choice but to fight outside the city to defend it. Zhou Xiong looked troubled but had no choice but to make a decision immediately. A Captain Qin, our main force will be heading out to confront the enemy. As for the magical beasts inside the city, we'll have to rely on your Skyward Guild. Rest assured, City Lord Zhou will clear out the magical beasts inside the city. With clear division of labor, they got to work. Sister Yenran, I'll go with you. Alright, stay close to me. Don't try to show off against higher-level magical beasts, you'll be in an auxiliary role. I followed behind Qin Yenran, ready to activate the Beastmaster's emblem at any moment, feeling my internal spiritual energy stirring restlessly. Zhuxiong stoppet Chongwanshan. Princess, why are you coming with us? Of course, I'm going out to fight. Zhou Xiong shook his head and knelt on one knee. Lu Weijie, Sun Lang, and others also knelt, right hands clenched over their chests. What are you all doing? Princess, you are the core of our Dragon Kingdom. We cannot bear to see you risk yourself on the front lines. Please stay in the city. Shang Guanshan's face was cold. When did it become your place to give me orders? I'm at least a 6-star Beastmaster. I can help you on the battlefield. Please stay in the city. Please stay in the city. The soldier's stance was very firm. Shang Guanshan, feeling helpless, took a deep breath. Fine, I'll stay in the city for now and help Qin Yenran's team clear the magical beasts inside. Inside the city. Guard post no. 3. Dark ravens with bloodied feathers were flying everywhere, occasionally diving down to peck out the eyes of beastmasters with their razor-sharp beaks. The head of a horned flying tiger beast was as large as a truck, its aura extremely violent as it chewed on the corpse of a pregnant woman. A frenzied mad bull charged fiercely, clearing all obstacles in its path and finally impaling a 6-year-old child against a wall. The chaotic air was filled with the stench of blood, the screams and wails of the dying and the vicious laughter of the magical beasts. The streets had turned into a sea of flames, with cars and houses collapsing one after another. This was the true scene of an apocalypse. A 5-year-old girl, having fallen while trying to escape, struggled to get up with all her might. At that moment, a dark shadow loomed closer. Roar. The roar of a magical beast created a huge gust of wind, causing the fragile girl to fall again, her forehead bleeding profusely. The bone fire lizard, a fully evolved undead-type magical beast. Mommy! The bone fire lizard grinned, its flaming eye sockets gazing down at the tiny human child. The little girl covered her eyes, sobbing uncontrollably, resigned to the impending death. In the nick of time, a black flame erupted next to the girl. A howl. With a wolf's howl, the bone fire lizard recoiled in surprise and fear. The hellish infernal wolf, a massive and formidable beast, stood like a mountain in front of the girl. On the wolf's back sat a handsome young man. A Hellfire Lotus. At first, a black fire lotus, about the size of a palm, was spewed from the wolf's mouth. The fire lotus swayed gently in the wind like a delicate sprite, maintaining a low altitude as it flew. As it flew, the fire lotus continued to expand and grow until it was directly overhead of the bone fire lizard. The bone fire lizard's first reaction was to evade. Its skeletal frame made a hissing sound similar to the tremors humans exhibit when frightened. The bone fire lizard, a fully evolved, Tier 1, undead-type magical beast, has a necromantic bloodline. Generally speaking, an undead-type magical beast at the fully evolved level possesses power far exceeding that of magical beasts and beastmasters of the same tier. The hellish infernal wolf is at the mature, tier 3 level and has yet to reach the fully evolved state. However, despite the level difference, the howl of the hellish infernal wolf was filled with confidence. In contrast, the bone fire lizard's attempts to evade the Hellfire Lotus were extremely clumsy. This wasn't a matter of bloodline suppression but rather a suppression of innate abilities. The hellish infernal wolf's innate ability is Hellfire, a flame from the underworld that can easily burn the essence of undead-type magical beasts. In simple terms, Hellfire is the natural nemesis of undead-type magical beasts. Boom tilde. The bone fire lizard couldn't evade in time and was violently struck by the Hellfire Lotus. The little girl opened her eyes and watched as the Hellfire Lotus, like a bulldozer, pushed the bone fire lizard forward at high speed. The sound of the explosion echoed through the air.